Chapter 992. 2 days later, Xiao Yan stood at the foot of the northern mountains. The northern mountains before him would become the greatest obstacle he would encounter in the northern sea. It was for no other reason than the colossus that stood there. The northern desolate hole. As long as he could cross the northern mountains, the rest of his journey would be much easier. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable anxiety in his heart when he arrived at the foot of the northern wasteland mountain. Perhaps it was because the northern wasteland hall leader was an origin transformation expert, but Xiao Yan felt an invisible pressure from the outside world. Although the pressure was not heavy, it had already descended onto Xiao Yan's shoulders the moment he arrived. The heavy pressure caused Xiao Yan's breathing to involuntarily become a little hurried. Is this the power of an origin transformation expert? Even if they don't purposely release their pressure, they're still able to make others feel pressured despite being so far away. An origin transformation expert can truly be described as terrifying. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim inside. He took in 2 deep breaths of the fresh air in the forest and followed the path left behind by the people before him. His footsteps were steady as he quickly advanced. Although the rest of the journey was not very far, the invisible pressure was still enough to make people feel fearful. Occasionally, there would be people walking past on both sides of the road. Xiao Yan was not the only one who was walking back and forth between the two places. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised was that the people walking beside him did not appear to be affected by this pressure. Xiao Yan was surprised by this, but he also believed that it was because these people had been traveling between the two places for so long that they had become accustomed to it. However, this thought that was suspended in Xiao Yan's heart quickly disappeared. This was because he clearly saw the doubtful gazes that the passers-by around him threw at him. As Xiao Yan's footsteps continued to advance, the pressure above his head also became increasingly powerful. Within a short half an hour, each of Xiao Yan's steps had become incomparably heavy. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind an inch-deep footprint on the ground. With the flow of time, the depth of the footprint was gradually increasing. God damn it, what's going on? The increasingly powerful pressure above his head caused Xiao Yan to feel an uneasiness in his heart. This kind of deliberate pressure was as though someone was intentionally pressuring him. Could it be? Thinking up to there, Xiao Yan's footsteps immediately came to a halt. He raised his solemn face and stared at the towering mountain before him. If the pressure was not directed at everyone, then only the person at the top of the mountain could give him the answer. You've discovered me. While Xiao Yan was raising his head, a middle-aged man, whose body was leaning against a chair in the main hall of the northern wasteland hall at the top of the northern mountain, slowly opened his gently shut eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as a faint voice was emitted from his mouth. At the same time, it landed in Xiao Yan's ears. Buzz! Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt as though it had been struck by lightning. His expression changed. His body shook and the pressure above his head was suddenly removed. His footsteps changed and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. His body flew backward like a ghost. Damn it! It's the Hall Chief of the Northern Desolate Hole. How did he know that I am here? Xiao Yan was greatly shocked in his heart. The speed at which he retreated became even faster. In the blink of an eye, his body had already appeared out of the sight of the surrounding passers-by. This speed could be considered unparalleled among the elite Do-Di. This brat actually removed my pressure so easily. His speed is also so fast. He is indeed not someone that an ordinary Do-Di can compare with. The Northern Desolate Hall Chief could not help but feel surprised in his heart as he exclaimed. Even though this was the case, the cold smile that hung on the corner of his mouth did not disappear. Regardless of how strong you are among the Do-Di class, a mere Do-Di is just like an ant in front of this Hall Chief. At the same time that the cold laughter sounded, Xiao Yan's body, which was currently swiftly retreating at a lightning-like speed, suddenly became sluggish. The pressure above his head instantly pressed down. An incomparable force instantly caused Xiao Yan's body to be stunned and rooted to the spot. Regardless of how Xiao Yan struggled against the frightening strength, it was useless. Immediately, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan slowly became distorted. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe appeared in front of him. It was the Hall Chief of the Northern Desolate Hole. It is unexpected that you actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep. You have saved this Hall Chief the effort to find you. The middle-aged man's gaze swept up and down Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The immaturity of this black-robed young man in front of him caused him to be extremely surprised. It was very difficult to imagine that this young brat in front of him was actually the prey in the eyes of that group of people. Just what was so special about him? You can be considered to have some ability to forcefully endure the pressure of this Hall Chief without collapsing. However, that is all there is to it. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and faintly mocked. Soon after, he gently waved his sleeve. A frightening strength immediately swept forward like a tsunami and heavily smashed into Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! Immediately, Xiao Yan's entire chest violently caved in. A large number of ribs in front of his chest suddenly broke. Even his internal organs suffered quite a lot of damage. His frail figure flew backwards like a broken sack. After drawing a parabola in the air, he heavily smashed into the ground. His originally serious face instantly became deathly pale. Fresh blood sprayed out as if it was free. His entire aura became weak in the blink of an eye. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. At this moment, Xiao Yan no longer had the time to consider how the person in front of him had discovered his identity. He knew that if he did not resist, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. With a thought, the bloodline power in his body immediately erupted. The Golden Elephant Technique and the Force Elephant Technique were completely activated. The heavenly flame within the vortex swept out without any reservation. Facing an origin transformation expert, if he dared to hold back in the slightest, it would bring about a devastating blow to him. However, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. However, brat, you still don't understand just how insignificant a so-called Do-Di is in the eyes of an origin transformation expert. Seeing that Xiao Yan had used all his strength to display all his techniques, the middle-aged man in front of him continued to mock him. At the instant that Xiao Yan stood up, the middle-aged man's extended palm opened in the air with his palm facing downwards. A palm gently slammed downwards. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body, which was covered by the heavenly flame, was smashed heavily into the ground by an extremely frightening strength. Chapter 993. Even though Xiao Yan had used all his strength, there was nothing he could do in the face of the absolute strength of the Northern Wasteland's Hall Master, an origin transformation expert. Bang! Xiao Yan's body, which was wrapped in heavenly flames, slammed heavily into the ground. The flow of Do-Chi in his body and the support of the heavenly flames were instantly severed. Xiao Yan's strength was like a child's play in front of the middle-aged man. With just a wave of his hand, Xiao Yan was once again defeated by the middle-aged man. Incomparable shock rose in Xiao Yan's heart. The strength of the middle-aged man was the only one he had seen among all his opponents along the way. Even though he still had some strength left, he already felt powerless against this kind of strength. This was proof of the saying that in the face of absolute power, all means were useless. In the past, this saying was usually given to his opponents. Now, however, the tables had finally turned and it was given back to Xiao Yan. Brat, things haven't come to an end yet. You can't fall like this. At this moment, Xiao Xian's solemn voice finally sounded from the depths of Xiao Yan's body. Along with it was the latter's extremely enormous spiritual strength. Rank 5 spiritual strength. Brat, you must stand up. You must remember that your wife has fallen into the hands of your opponent. She is still waiting for you to rescue her. As a man, you must stand up now. No matter how strong the opponent in front of you is, you still have me to face it with you. Stand up. The order sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. The latter's body, which was crushed under the ground, immediately began to tremble intensely. Surging Do Qi surged wildly, shattering the surrounding rock fragments into a pile of rock powder. His body, which had fallen to the ground, also straightened and slowly stood up. Buzz! In an instant, the vast spiritual strength turned into an invisible wave that swept out in all directions with Xiao Yan at the center. The frightening pressure that descended on Xiao Yan's head was once again forcefully blocked by the latter. His body, which had fallen, once again stood up. There is actually another spirit hidden in your body. It is merely an unorthodox method. The borrowed strength is ultimately not yours. Even if you have a rank 5 spirit in your body, it still cannot change the fact that you are a Do Di. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyebrows in surprise. Then, he sneered. How do you know if you don't try? A low roar was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth the instant he lifted his head. Almost at the same time, his feet heavily stomped on the ground as a frightening energy poured out. The ground beneath Xiao Yan's body directly exploded as his body transformed into a pitch-black ray of light. Just like a ghost, he violently charged towards the middle-aged man. Stubborn. With a cold snort, the middle-aged man's body also shot forward in an instant. His right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely collided with Xiao Yan's head-on attack. Buzz! The surging spiritual strength was like the waves of the sea as it swept across the area. The rapidly charging figure of the middle-aged man immediately slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. At the same time that Xiao Yan's right hand was clenched into a fist, the spiritual strength in his left hand crazily surged, agglomerating into an invisible hand that grabbed at the middle-aged man in front of him. Towering hand! Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, the invisible hand had already firmly grasped the middle-aged man's body. The latter's charging figure also paused for an instant. After which, he easily broke through the control of the towering hand. Spiritual strength. Just as the middle-aged man was feeling surprised in his heart, Xiao Yan's body instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. His right fist struck out and heavily smashed into the middle-aged man's chest. Bang! A muffled thud was heard as the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly froze. The moment his fist landed, surging Genesis Qi rapidly gathered at the middle-aged man's chest. In the blink of an eye, it formed a circular shield that easily blocked Xiao Yan's attack. However, the latter's punch did not hold back at all as it landed on Xiao Yan's body. Bang! When the punch landed, the black robe on Xiao Yan's upper body burst apart with a bang. His entire chest violently sunk inwards. Fresh bright red blood was spat out from his mouth. The strength that had just gathered in his body was once again scattered by the impact. This time, Xiao Yan's body finally collapsed. I've already said that even if you have rank 5 spiritual strength, a Do Di is still a Do Di. The gap between you and me cannot be made up for with external objects. The middle-aged man took heavy steps and approached Xiao Yan step by step. This time around, the latter's body was completely limp on the ground. The methods of the person in front of him were far beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that he could temporarily control the latter with the help of his spiritual strength. However, Xiao Yan did not expect that the person in front of him was not affected by the heaven-reaching hand. Although you are not worth mentioning in my eyes, I still have to praise you. You are the first person in so many years to be able to touch my body with your Do Di cultivation. Although he clearly knew that he had to kill Xiao Yan in front of him, what the middle-aged man had said was the truth. At the very least, no Do Di had dared to attack him in the past, much less touch his body in a fight. Ahem. Then should I feel honored? Forcefully supporting his body with great difficulty, Xiao Yan crazily agglomerated the scattered dou qi in his body in an attempt to launch a final attack. In the face of life and death, Xiao Yan was definitely not an indecisive person. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was deep within his body, had already made preparations. Once the person in front of him tried to kill Xiao Yan, he would use all of his spiritual strength to try and delay the latter so that Xiao Yan would have the opportunity to escape. However, just as the middle-aged man arrived within 10 feet of Xiao Yan, his expression involuntarily changed. He suddenly withdrew his foot that was originally lifted. At the same time, his body also swiftly withdrew. Bang! Just as his body withdrew, the ground where the middle-aged man's foot had landed a moment ago suddenly exploded. A shocking explosion resounded through the clouds. The middle-aged man's expression also became gloomy at this moment. After his body came to a stop, he lifted his gaze. His gloomy gaze quickly locked onto a black-robed figure high in the sky. You are also an origin transformation expert. Don't tell me that you want to go against my northern desolate hall for a mere dodi. The middle-aged man's tone was deep. His cold words contained a warning. In the entire northern desolate region, even an origin transformation expert would not easily interfere when the northern desolate hall was mentioned. His words could already be considered a threat. You injured my people and even threatened me not to interfere. Do you really think that the northern desolate region belongs to you, Qin Su? Chapter 994. His calm laughter was filled with a domineering aura. What kind of power was the Northern Wastelands Palace? It could be said to be the most powerful power in the Northern Wastelands. However, the black-robed man's voice was filled with disdain. From this point alone, it could be confirmed that the black-robed man was definitely not an ordinary person. With regards to this point, Qin Su, who was on the ground below, immediately thought of it. There were not many people in the Northern Wastelands who could directly call out his name in such a tone. However, he seemed to have never heard of the person in front of him. In fact, even the other party's voice sounded so unfamiliar. What made Qin Su most suspicious was the person's words just now. He clearly said that the black-robed young man in front of him was one of his people. However, according to what he knew, Xiao Yan was clearly alone and did not have any power behind him. Of course, Qin Su was not the only one who was shocked by the latter's identity. Xiao Yan was also extremely shocked. The voice that came from the sky was still fresh in his memory. From the sound of it, it was clearly the sloppy old man who wanted to compensate him with pills a few days ago in the Scarlet Desert. It's actually him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's and Xiao Xian's hearts were filled with surprise. It was unexpected that this person, whom they had only met once, would intervene and save them at such a critical moment. However, just like Qin Su, Xiao Yan was also filled with suspicion. He had never joined any power. Sir, you said that this kid is one of your people? On the ground, Qin Su's face was gloomy. His purpose was to bring Xiao Yan back, but he did not expect that someone would interrupt them halfway. This made him extremely unhappy. Why, do you have a problem with it? As he spoke, the figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Without any explanation, he directly stuffed a pill into Xiao Yan's mouth. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Qin Su behind him. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked in his heart, Qin Su's dark and solemn gaze had also landed on the black-robed human figure in front of him. He was just about to open his mouth and ask when his gaze noticed the shiny badge on the latter's chest. The expression on his face instantly changed drastically. That badge belonged to the Alchemist Alliance. It was not only a representation of the latter's identity, but also a symbol of their status. An origin transformation expert who was also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. With his cultivation and identity, he would be an existence equivalent to the vice-chairman of the Alchemist Alliance. Alchemist Alliance, the muscles at the corner of Qin Su's eyes could not help but twitch. He clearly knew that although the Northern Wastelands Hall was an overlord in the Northern Wastelands, there were still quite a few low-key powers in the Northern Wastelands. The foundations of these powers were so great that even the Northern Wastelands Hall had to treat them with respect. As for the Alchemist Alliance, it was publicly acknowledged as a great power that could not be made an enemy of. This was because behind the Alchemist Alliance stood the strongest supreme power on the continent. The Pill Tower. Damn it, why would someone from the Alchemist Alliance help this kid? Qin Su cursed in his heart. At the same time, he hated that damn thing for not telling him Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist. Otherwise, he would have considered this point. So, do you still want to kill him now? The old man's expression was calm. His hands were behind his back as he calmly stared at Qin Su and spoke at a steady pace. The expression on Qin Su's face alternated between green and white upon hearing these words. Forget about the fact that the other party was also an origin transformation expert. Just the latter's identity alone was sufficient to cause fear to form in his heart. It was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan now. However, when he thought about the allure of the Origin King realm, Qin Su could not help but waver. As long as he became an Origin King expert, even the Alchemist Alliance would not be able to do anything to him. Even if the Pill Tower sent people, the continent was so large that he could still run if he could not defeat them. Currently, the most important thing was Xiao Yan. As long as he could capture him, he would have the opportunity to become an Origin King expert. So it is a friend from the Alchemist Alliance. Since you have stepped forward, I will naturally not attack this kid. However, Grandmaster, you may have saved the people from the Alchemist Alliance, but do you think that the people from my Northern Wasteland Hall can only die in the hands of this kid? In the past month, over 10 elite Do-Di from my Northern Wasteland Hall have died in the hands of this kid. Among them is a deputy hall leader of my Northern Wasteland Hall. If I do not settle this debt, how will I, Qin Su, be able to convince everyone in the future? How will the Northern Wasteland Hall continue to be maintained? Qin Su's eyes flickered. He mused for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. The old man narrowed his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared intently at Qin Su. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then what do you want? Why don't you hand him over to me first and allow me to bring him back? Let him personally apologize to the heroic spirits in my hall. After that, I will release him after appeasing the others in the hall. What do you say?" Qin Su hurriedly continued the conversation. This was exactly what he wanted. Do you think that I am a fool? If I really hand him over to you, whether you can bring him back or not is another matter. Do you not trust my Northern Wasteland Hall? Qin Su frowned and said in a deep voice. Why should I trust you? Just because of your status as the Northern Wasteland Hall leader? I don't think I need to say more about the reputation of your Northern Wasteland Hall in the Northern Wasteland. Do you think that you are worthy to talk about credibility with me? Don't go overboard. Don't tell me that the people from my Northern Wasteland Hall have died in vain. Qin Su was immediately furious when these words were spoken. He took a step forward and a powerful aura immediately pressed forward. The black-robed old man waved his large sleeve and a large flame immediately shot forward. It forced Qin Su back by 100 steps. The frightening flame even burned most of the brocade robe that Qin Su was wearing, causing him to appear extremely miserable. This is the way of fire. Damn it, this old fellow has actually mastered the way of fire. Qin Su's expression changed. The strength of the old man before him was much greater than he had imagined. Do you still want to try? I haven't fought with anyone in many years. Why don't I use this opportunity to exercise my limbs? Qin Su had just stabilized his body when the old man in front of him took a step forward. A terrifying aura immediately pressed down on Qin Su and the latter's face revealed an even more shocked expression. While he hurriedly retreated, he could not help but cry out in alarm. Late Origin Transformation Realm. Chapter 995. Under the intimidation of the old man's frightening cultivation, Qin Su immediately did not dare to stay any longer. He clearly understood the gap between him and the old man. If they were to really fight, it would be troublesome. After Qin Su left, Xiao Yan also stood up from the ground. With the medicinal pill that the old man fed him, the injuries in his body were quickly suppressed. The light injuries had already been completely healed and only some of his internal organs and bones had suffered damage. It was likely that he would need some time to slowly recover. Fortunately, Qin Su's attack did not cause any irreparable damage to Xiao Yan. Junior Xiao Yan thanks Elder for saving my life. After standing up, Xiao Yan immediately bowed to the old man in front of him. He did not expect that this old man would actually help him after just meeting him once. This really caused Xiao Yan to feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Of course, a part of this was naturally due to the old man's identity. However, what caused Xiao Yan to be curious was that he seemed to have never heard of such a person within the Alchemist Alliance. He had also never come into contact with the Alchemist Alliance in the northern region. Therefore, at this moment, the identity of this old man had become the main point that Xiao Yan was concerned about. Ha ha ha, little fellow, you are not bad. You are even able to fight against that old fellow. Among all the Dodi that I have seen, you are the most outstanding one. The quality of your body is also not bad. After eating my medicinal pill, you are actually able to stand up so quickly. Not bad, not bad. After continuously praising, the old man clearly understood in his heart that although his medicinal pill had helped Xiao Yan recover from the injuries in his body, the fact that Xiao Yan was able to recover so much in such a short period of time was not only because of the medicinal pill's strength. More importantly, it was because of the quality of his body. Elder is too kind. This little trick of mine is nothing in the eyes of that guy. Xiao Yan shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. After that brief collision, he knew that Qin Su's strength was far above his. The latter's strength could be said to have completely crushed him. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, any fancy moves were useless. Ha, it's an honorable defeat. You're quite modest. Even if you're not the first person on the continent to be able to punch an origin transformation expert with the strength of a Dodi, you're definitely one of the few. You can accept this. A loud laugh sounded. Immediately, the old man changed the topic in front of Xiao Yan's surprised eyes and said once again, also, little guy, you don't have to call me senior anymore. This old man isn't some nameless senior. You have to call me president, got it? President. President. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Although he knew that the old man was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, where did the matter of the president come from? Hee, looks like Han Dong hasn't introduced me to you yet. I'm Xing Qian, the president of the Western Region Alchemist Alliance. You joined my Alchemist Alliance through Han Dong, so don't you think you should call me president? The old man laughed. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when he heard this. Surprise immediately surged into his eyes. He had never expected that the chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, who had disappeared without a trace in the western region, would actually appear in the northern region. This really caused one to feel surprised. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he heard this. He could not help but sigh. This world was really small. It was really a small world. Fortunately, if he had not run into the old man, Xiao Yan probably would not have been able to escape death today. Xiao Yan had obviously heard of Xing Gan's name before. After all, he was one of the 3 peak origin transformation experts in the Western region, the president of the Alchemist Alliance, and a Class 6 alchemist. How could Xiao Yan not know of such an identity? However, now that he had personally seen him, Xiao Yan still found it hard to believe that the crazy old man he had seen not too long ago was actually the president of the Alchemist Alliance. Junior Xiao Yan greets the president. When Xing Qian heard this, he immediately laughed heartily. However, he immediately put on a serious expression and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to defeat you." "Not bad, kid. However, don't think that you won't return the pill you owe me just because of this. I still remember this matter, ha ha ha." Xiao Yan could not help but curl his lips when he heard this. As the president of the Alchemist Alliance and a Class 6 alchemist, why did he have to make things difficult for a junior like him? At the same time, Xiao Yan also came to a realization. No wonder Shingon had asked him for those 4 medicinal pills back then. It was likely because of the great Tao strength that Shingon had grasped. The Grand Tao of Fire was firm and ferocious. It was ranked at the top of all the Grand Taos, and it was precisely because of this that it was rather difficult to grasp. On the other hand, the 4 types of medicinal pills just happened to be the best medicinal pills to fuse with flames. Consuming them would naturally be beneficial towards condensing the Grand Tao of Fire. Hee, kid, I see that you're heading north. You're probably going to the Northern Sea, right? Shingon had obviously seen through Xiao Yan's goal as he followed him along the way. From the fact that Xiao Yan wanted to pass through the northern mountain range, Shingon's goal was definitely the most resolute. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on going to the Tiger Mountain range despite knowing that it was dangerous. Xiao Yan gently nodded when he heard that. Shingon could not help but suck in a deep breath as a serious light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Kid, the Northern Sea is not like the Northern Wasteland. Once you get there, you have to be extremely careful. I can't help you with anything, but I can tell you that while someone like Qin Su can stir up trouble in the Northern Wasteland, he's only a minor character in the Northern Sea. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when these words were uttered. Even an origin transformation expert like Qin Su could only be considered a small character. Just how frightening was the interior of the Northern Sea? "Thank you for telling me, President, but I've already made up my mind. I'll definitely go to the Northern Sea." Xiao Yan solemnly clasped his fist. His face was filled with gratitude, but the goal in his heart remained firm. "I know that you won't change your path, so that's all I can tell you. Although I can't help you with much, let me send you on your way so that that guy won't give up. Once we pass through here and you're safe, I'll leave to do my own things. Then I'll thank you, President." Xiao Yan smiled. Soon after, Shingon extended a hand and placed it on Xiao Yan's shoulder. The latter slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the two of them began to gently ripple like water. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from the northern mountain range as if they had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, in the northern wastelands hall, Qin Su, who had retreated in a fluster, cast his gloomy gaze towards a dark corner of the hall. After the two of them left, a ball of black fog slowly rose from that corner. Chapter 996. You still have the face to show yourself. This time, Qin Su did not hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, an unparalleled force immediately shot out and struck the black fog that had floated out from the dark corner. Chi! The force was quietly dissolved by the energy that surged out from the black fog. At the same time, a hoarse voice was emitted from within. "Palace Master, why are you so angry? Even we did not know about this matter. We did not expect that someone from the Alchemist Alliance would actually save him. This brat is really lucky. Why didn't you show yourself earlier? If the two of us joined hands, would we be afraid of him alone? Now that you have seen your prey escape from under your nose, are you happy?" Qin Su's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing in front of him that was neither human nor ghost was timid, Xiao Yan would have already fallen into their trap and the reward that they had promised him would have already landed in his hands. He would not be in this situation where he was actually chased away by the other party. "Palace Master, you should understand that in the situation just now, once I show myself, my identity and location will immediately be exposed. At that time, the various factions will shift their attention to this place. Not only will we be exposed in front of everyone, even your northern wasteland palace will definitely become the target of everyone. At that time, forget about capturing Xiao Yan, it will be extremely difficult to even protect yourself. We have prepared in the northern region for so many years. We definitely cannot lose everything because of a moment of recklessness. Otherwise, even if we can hide from these people, once the higher-ups punish us, both of us will not be able to escape death. When these words were spoken, the expression on Qin Su's face was slightly startled. After pondering for a while, he coldly snorted and said, "Now that that brat has escaped, what should we do next? After leaving this place, we will have no idea of his whereabouts and will not be able to find him for the time being. As for this matter, I will report it to the higher-ups. Let's leave it at that for the time being." A voice that sounded like an order was emitted from the black fog. When Qin Su heard this, the expression on his face became somewhat unnatural. However, in the end, he remained silent and did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. After a month of bumpy travel, Xiao Yan finally arrived at the extreme north of the northern wilderness, which was also the North Sea. The boundless sea filled Xiao Yan's eyes. Waves rolled on the surface of the sea, and the sound of crashing against the shore could be heard incessantly. Above the dark blue sky, there were large pagoda-like clouds that were as white as milk. From time to time, seabirds would fly past the surface of the sea, and their reflections in the water would complement each other. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes was an enormous city that sat on the surface of the sea with the exception of the endless sea on both sides. Beijun City. This was the last checkpoint to enter the North Sea. At the same time, everyone who wanted to enter the North Sea had to pass through this checkpoint. Beijun City bordered the North Sea to the north and the Northern Barren Territory to the south. It was the main route between the North Sea and the Northern Barren Territory. People from the Northern Barren Territory could not enter the North Sea without Beijun City. At the same time, people from the North Sea could not return to the Northern Barren Territory. The reason for this was because the North Sea was so vast that even a Dodi could not easily pass through it. If one wanted to travel between the two places, one would need to be at least at the origin transformation realm. Just this point alone was enough to show how vast the North Sea was. Therefore, any expert below the origin transformation realm could only travel by boat if they wanted to pass through the North Sea. In the entire Northern Barren Territory, all the boats that entered the North Sea were under the control of a company called Ryuzawa Square in Beijun City. It could be said that almost all the boats on the sea were under the control of Ryuzawa Square. It was also because of this that Ryuzawa Square became the #1 power in Beijun City. After arriving in front of the city gate, Xiao Yan was able to see a gray-robed old man guarding the city gate at a glance. From the latter's aura, he was clearly a 6-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could already be considered extremely powerful in this place. At a glance, Xiao Yan could see a boat-shaped badge on the old man's chest. This was the symbol of Ryuzawa Square. This old man was someone from Ryuzawa Square. At this moment, every person who entered the city had to pay 50 low-tier spirit stones. Xiao Yan was no exception as he walked closer and paid the spirit stones. The gray-robed old man in front of him seemed to have seen that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. He cupped his hands together and smiled. "Mister, there is a relay station that I have set up in Ryuzawa Square at the center of the city. You can rest there. Thank you for the information. Also, I would like to ask, where can I board a boat that enters the North Sea from Beijun City?" With a smile, Xiao Yan asked in a flat tone. "Mister, you have come at a bad time today. The nearest boat is currently under repair and the departure time will be delayed. Please wait for a few days. Once the boat is repaired, we will be able to depart." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man cupped his hands together and said apologetically. "Delayed?" His brows furrowed. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He had just arrived at Beijun City and he actually encountered such a situation. How long will it take for your boat to be repaired? With a frown, Xiao Yan asked again. I am not too sure about this. Our boat is supported by a formation. Because it has been in use for too long, it often needs to be repaired. I am not proficient in the repair of boats. I only know that it used to take 3 to 5 days. If it takes longer, it might take 10 days to half a month. I hope Mr. will forgive me. If Mr. does not mind, you can stay in the city for a few days and there should be a result. The gray-robed old man shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Formation, Xiao Yan muttered softly. Immediately after thanking the old man, he entered the city. Seeing Xiao Yan enter the city, the old man helplessly shook his head again and bitterly sighed in his heart. After experiencing so many attacks from the sea beasts, the damage to the boat this time seems to be not small. Otherwise, with the president's ability, he would not need to invite other formation masters to help. However, those guys are not easy to invite, they are a group of tigers and wolves. After entering the city, Xiao Yan somewhat helplessly walked into the city. His heart recalled the words that the old man had said earlier. Finally, he helplessly sighed. Xiao Yan did not listen to the old man's suggestion. He randomly found a wine shop in the city and planned to rest for a day to eliminate the fatigue he had accumulated from traveling for over a month. He would wait until the next day to inquire about the situation. Chapter 997. The next day. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the bed, Xiao Yan, who had slept soundly for an entire night, slowly woke up. The deep sleep completely expelled the fatigue that Xiao Yan had accumulated over the past 1.5 months. His entire being, from his body to his soul, felt much more relaxed. This kind of comfortable feeling was something that he had not felt for a long time. It is time to go to the city to take a look. I wonder how long it will take for the ship to be repaired. By the time he left the restaurant, the streets outside were already filled with pedestrians. The noise did not stop. The entire city had entered a new day of bustle. Walking among the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, appeared inconspicuous. However, his sharp eyesight was something that an ordinary person did not possess. Not only was there a post set up by Ryuzawa Square in the center of the city, there was also a manager of Ryuzawa Square. When he went there, Xiao Yan would be able to obtain some information that he wanted to know. In a short period of time, a large number of lofts in the center of the city appeared in Xiao Yan's line of sight. Without exception, the lofts all had the signboard of Ryuzawa Square hanging on them. Moreover, the area that these lofts occupied was the best location in the northern military city. It must be said that this move by Ryuzawa Square could be said to be very generous. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in his heart. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, a sharp aura was suddenly transmitted from the end of the street behind him. The owner of that aura was surprisingly a 7-star Do-D. At this moment, the latter's body was flying through the air. His feet unceremoniously stepped on the shoulders of the pedestrians in front of him, and his body borrowed the force to charge forward. Although this person's actions appeared overbearing, most of the people in the city chose to endure in the face of the latter's strength. This was especially true for some of the passers-by who knew this person. They even threw disgusted and fearful gazes at the latter. Seeing the rapidly approaching figure, the passers-by around Xiao Yan consciously retreated. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan was the only one left on the street. Xiao Yan frowned. Just as he was about to dodge, the figure had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head and stomped down heavily. This time, it was actually aimed at the top of Xiao Yan's head. Be a good stepping stone for me. I don't want to dirty my shoes. A sharp and domineering voice came from above. The figure did not care about other people's feelings at all. He did what he wanted, and his heavy feet were about to stomp down. Humph! A deep and cold snort sounded. The person above his head was fast, but Xiao Yan was even faster. Just as the foot was about to land, Xiao Yan's fist suddenly shot upward and violently smashed into the center of the foot that the human figure was about to step down. A frightening strength immediately poured out. With another soft cracking sound, the entire leg of the human figure above Xiao Yan's head was immediately twisted. The bones were broken and the human figure's face instantly revealed a painful expression. Awe! He had never imagined that he, who had always been untouchable in the northern military city, would kick an iron plate today. Moreover, the rebound force of this iron plate was so frightening. The figure's body flew backwards uncontrollably. Immediately after, his entire body fell miserably on the street. A painful groan sounded from his mouth, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. Seeing that this person was punished, many of the passers-by laughed bitterly in their hearts. This person only had himself to blame for today's outcome. I think your person is dirtier than your shoes. With a disdainful and mocking tone, Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with coldness. Bastard! Wild brat, how dare you hurt me? I want you to die. Resisting the intense pain from his leg, the figure climbed up from the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a sharp Do-Chi light suddenly shot forward, directly towards Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan casually raised his hand and flicked his finger. An invisible force shot forward, easily destroying the opponent's attack. Damn it! After cursing fiercely, the figure raised his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. His skin was as thin as bone, and his eyes were sunken. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like a person who lacked energy. One could imagine how he spent his daily life. His two hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge amount of soul energy gushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a golden light, condensing into a small array in front of him. Immediately after, a sharp golden light shot out, once again meeting Xiao Yan. Oh! You're actually an array master? Unfortunately, you don't want to improve yourself. You're just a cripple. Xiao Yan randomly glanced at them. Other than disdain, there was nothing else in Xiao Yan's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force also gushed forward, turning into a storm. In an instant, it annihilated the golden light, and the terrifying force easily broke the array in front of the middle-aged man. Immediately after, the invisible force turned into a sharp blade, falling in front of the middle-aged man's throat. The latter was immediately terrified. Just as he was about to fight back, a bone-chilling voice slowly came out from Xiao Yan's mouth. If you dare to move again, I'll cut your head off. The moment the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man's body violently trembled. The invisible blade trembled as well, leaving behind a ghastly wound on his neck. This caused the latter's body to immediately freeze on the spot like a statue, not moving at all. Sir, I hope you can show mercy. However, at this moment, behind Xiao Yan, on the other side of Ryuzawa Square, following a shout, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 4 old men appeared on Xiao Yan's left and right. One of the old men in a yellow robe quickly cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and said respectfully, Sir, Master Jean is the array master invited by Ryuzawa Square to repair the ship this time. I hope you can let him go for the sake of Ryuzawa Square. After all, the ship is related to the journey of many people to the North Sea, so I hope you can put the interests of the majority of the people in the city first. The gazes of quite a number of people on the street involuntarily landed on Xiao Yan when these words of the old man were uttered. Currently, there were so many people in the city who were waiting for the ship to be repaired. Once Xiao Yan attacked and killed this so-called Grandmaster Jean, he would definitely become the target of everyone. In this way, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this case, this guy surnamed Jean was not easy to kill. Everyone frowned. They also hoped that this guy surnamed Jean would pay the price, but from the looks of it, their idea was not going to work. Even Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. When the old man noticed this, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and spoke again. "Sir, you must also be a traveler to the North Sea. In this case, please put your own journey first. Don't delay your journey for such a small matter." "Humph, kid, kill me if you have the guts. Let's see if you will become the target of public criticism and pay the price for this." "Huang Quan, let me tell you, I can repair the ship without half of the reward this time, but I will not allow him to board the ship. Otherwise." "Chee!" An insolent and strange laughter was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, the invisible sharp blade chopped off his head with a cheat sound. "I told you not to move, but you don't seem to understand what I said." Chapter 998. With a cheat sound, fresh blood splattered and a head fell to the ground. Even his soul had been shattered by Xiao Yan. However, in the blink of an eye, before the people present could recover, even the 4 elite Do Di beside Xiao Yan had not completely recovered from the words spoken a moment ago. However, that Grand Master Jin's head had already been separated from his body. He was dead to the point where he could not be any more dead. After which, when everyone recovered, the expression on their faces instantly became one of shock. It was likely that no one present would have thought that Xiao Yan would actually dare to kill Grandmaster Jin when he clearly knew that the latter's identity was related to the repair of the ship. Did this not directly confirm what Grandmaster Jin had said earlier? By killing him, Xiao Yan would definitely become everyone's target. Such a crazy action was really difficult for people to imagine that he would actually still insist on killing. This brat, has he gone crazy? By the side, the yellow-robed old man who had spoken earlier also had a face of disbelief as he looked at Xiao Yan who was in front of him. He really did not dare to believe that the latter had actually killed Grandmaster Jin. Moreover, it was under the situation where he had already spoken first and advised against it. Brat, Jin Luan's character is indeed a little domineering. However, what Deacon Huang said earlier is also right. Once he dies, the repair of the ship will definitely be delayed. We cannot afford to wait for this time. Don't tell me that you want to take responsibility for this. This, mister, your actions are indeed what we have always wanted to do. However, Deacon Huang is right. If you kill him now, it is equivalent to delaying the journey of so many of us. Mister, you cannot afford to take responsibility for this matter. Very quickly, dissatisfied discussions were emitted from the crowd. Numerous gazes that were filled with anger landed on Xiao Yan. Once Grandmaster Jin died, the repair of the ship would definitely be affected. These people had bitterly waited in the city for a few days or even 10 days to half a month. Now that they were once again affected because of Xiao Yan, it would be strange if they did not direct their anger onto Xiao Yan. Subsequently, the 4 elite Do Di beside Xiao Yan also looked at him with gloomy expressions. The delay of the ship's repair was not only a loss to the pedestrians but also a huge loss to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, Xiao Yan in front of them could be said to have affected not only the pedestrians but also Ryuzawa Square. Mister, please make a trip with us to Ryuzawa Square to meet the chairman and explain this matter clearly. Huang Quan said in a low and deep tone. He raised his large hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan's shoulder. Now that Grandmaster Jin was already dead, he could not allow this black-robed, young man in front of him to escape for any reason. Don't tell me that your Ryuzawa Square invites people in this way. The moment Huang Quan made his move, Xiao Yan also frowned. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body shook and a powerful aura immediately surged out. The enormous strength forced the 4 people around him to take a few steps back. Shock immediately surfaced on their faces. They did not expect that this black-robed young man in front of them would actually possess such a powerful strength. Attack together. We must not let him continue. The 4 of them exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, their feet stomped on the ground in unison. Their bodies immediately shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. Each of them extended their hands and grabbed at Xiao Yan's body. For 7-star Do Di. Under normal circumstances, this could indeed be considered quite a strong faction. However, in front of the current Xiao Yan, they were still far from enough. All of you are really going all out. Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold. His gaze swiftly swept over the 4 of them. With a wave of his large sleeve, Do Qi agglomerated. The soft sleeves immediately became as hard as steel. At the same time, they smashed into the chests of the 2 old men with lightning-like speed. Although the strength was not enough to seriously injure them, it was enough to send them flying. Bang bang. The moment a low and deep collision sound appeared, the remaining Huang Quan and the other old man were actually struck once again. The speed of the 4 7-star Do Di appeared to be so unbearable in front of Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them had been defeated by Xiao Yan one after another. That fellow from earlier only has himself to blame. If all of you do not know what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious. Xiao Yan's ice-cold gaze swept over the 4 miserable-looking people on the ground. He continued to stand with his hands behind his back. However, the aura that seeped out from his body was something that no one dared to underestimate. The hearts of these 4 old men were shaken by the great strength that Xiao Yan had displayed. However, they did not dare to make any movements behind him. The fate of that Grandmaster Jin from earlier was still in front of their eyes. On top of feeling helpless, they could only quietly complain in their hearts. This Grandmaster Jin was used to being overbearing. Now, not only had he harmed himself, but he had also implicated Ryuzawa Square. As for the surrounding passers-by, although they already had a grudge against Xiao Yan for killing Grandmaster Jin, their hearts were also filled with fear after seeing the frightening strength that Xiao Yan had displayed. They did not dare to act recklessly. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the street, suddenly turned around. His brows were tightly knit together. A pair of eyes that were filled with a dense white flame once again looked behind him. A golden-robed human figure stood in the sky. An enormous spiritual pressure descended upon the sky above the city. The frightening aura caused the expressions of everyone in the city to change. Only Xiao Yan revealed an unresigned expression on his face. The people who had come one after another had already exhausted what little patience he had. If this person did not know what was good for him and continued to attack, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. With Xiao Yan's current strength, as long as the other party was not an origin transformation expert, Xiao Yan would not be afraid even if he was a 9-star Do Di. However, this person's strength was only at the late stage of a 9-star Do Di. It's actually the owner of Ryuzawa Square. With Grandmaster Jin's death, the repair speed of the ship has been affected. Naturally, the owner of the ship will not be able to sit still. Looks like someone has already reported this matter to the owner of the ship. The owner of the ship has already advanced to a 9-star Do Di a few years ago. This brat still dares to touch the people of Ryuzawa Square after killing Grandmaster Jin. I'm afraid that he is going to invite trouble upon himself. Exclamations immediately sounded around the street when some of the surrounding pedestrians saw this golden-robed human figure. At the same time, the golden-robed man's gaze landed on Xiao Yan below. This young friend, is it you who killed Grandmaster Jin? The calm voice contained both shock and helplessness. He had already expected Grandmaster Jin's fate, but he did not expect it to be at such a time. What was even more unexpected was that the person who had killed Grandmaster Jin would actually be a young brat. It's me. Who are you? Xiao Yan softly asked as he replied with a calm tone. I am Lu Jin, the owner of Ryuzawa Square. You have killed Grandmaster Jin. This is no small matter. As such, I hope that young friend can give Ryuzawa Square and all the passengers of the ship an explanation for this matter. Lu Jin's gaze paused on the ladder as he descended. He glanced at Huang Quan's group of 4 and a shock involuntarily flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually able to block Huang Quan's group of 4 by himself. This was really unbelievable. Chapter 999. Explain. How do you want me to explain? Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan asked in a neutral tone. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I just hope that you can compensate all the passengers here and Ryuzawa Square's economic losses. Lu Jin opened his mouth and Xiao Yan quickly followed suit. How much? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Lu Jin's demand was really exorbitant. However, when everyone thought about it, it was understandable. There were many passengers on the ships in Beijun City, and Ryuzawa Square was the largest force that managed the ships. Now that Xiao Yan had killed Master Jin, the ships would be affected, and the passengers in the city would also be implicated. To be honest, 10,000 spirit stones was not a lot. However, to ask Xiao Yan to take out 10,000 spirit stones alone was a bit too much. Slowly shaking his head, Xiao Yan decisively rejected the other party's request. He killed Master Jin because his actions were too extreme. As for the benefits of these people, he never thought about it, and there was no need to think about it. Xiao Yan was neither close nor acquainted with these people. Why did he need to consider their interests? It was because he thought that if this matter were to happen to them, how would these people consider his feelings? If these people were like this, the Dragon Pool Square was even more so. Xiao Yan did not owe anyone anything. These people also did not have any reason to accuse him of owing anyone anything. The reason why they would say this was merely because of the benefits in their hearts. Even if there were really a couple of people who had a greater influence, Xiao Yan would similarly not bother about them. What happened today could happen at any time in the continent. Could it be that those who caused all of this had to pay the price? The weak were prey to the strong. That was the rule of this world. There was no right or wrong here. Only the strong had the right to choose. Right now, this choice was in Xiao Yan's hands. Lu Jin in front of him did not have the ability to change anything. However, just as Xiao Yan chose to reject the person in front of him, a voice came out from his body. Lu Jin's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Jin, who was standing in front of him, furrowed his brows tightly. What had happened today could be said to have a huge impact on his Dragon Pool workshop. If he did not take action to control it, it would definitely attract criticism in the future. However, if he took action, he was afraid that he would leave behind a bad reputation of bullying the weak. After thinking for a while, Lu Jin frowned and spoke to Xiao Yan again. Young friend, I don't want to make things difficult for you, but this matter is very important. 10,000 spirit stones is the biggest forgiveness. Of course, if you really can't take out 10,000 spirit stones, if you can find a third-order formation array master as well as Master Jin's. Master Jin was already one of the few formation array masters around Northern Military City. Because he had helped Ryuzawa Square repair ships for many years, he knew how important Ryuzawa Square was to Ryuzawa Square. Therefore, the latter did not fear him in Northern Military City. Now that Master Jin was dead, where was he going to find a third-order formation array master? Of course, even Lu Jin himself held a trace of hope towards this request. Unfortunately, until the end, Xiao Yan still shook his head with a calm expression. I don't know where to find a third-order formation array master. Lu Jin's face instantly turned ugly. Since there was no third-order formation array master, he could only choose to use force. Ryuzawa Square's reputation could not be damaged because of this. Otherwise, no formation array master would be willing to help them in the future. However, I do know where to find a fifth-order formation array master. However, just as Lu Jingang was about to become furious, the words that continued to be spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth caused him to be instantly stunned like a wooden chicken. An expression of disbelief immediately surged into his eyes. Even the passers-by who heard Xiao Yan's words widened their eyes and mouths. They stared at Xiao Yan with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in their hearts was no less than the former's. You! Sir, are you serious? It was only after a long while that Lu Jin asked in disbelief. This was exactly what the passers-by wanted to say. Ha! Xiao Yan smiled faintly. With a thought, the white flames in the depths of his eyes quickly disappeared. What replaced it was a milky white color. Xiao Yan's own aura quickly faded and turned into a powerful yet somewhat unfamiliar aura. This was Xiao Xian. At this moment, the person who was controlling this body was undoubtedly Xiao Xian. Almost at the same time that the flames dissipated, an incomparably vast soul power surged out of Xiao Yan's body and turned into an invisible energy storm that swept through the city. Buzz! Immediately, everyone in the city who felt this spiritual pressure felt dizzy. Even the expression on Lu Jin's face changed. He never thought that the fifth-order formation array master that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually himself. This fifth-order soul power. Fifth-order formation array master. The shock in his heart was uncontrollable. As he said this, Lu Jin's breathing became a little shaky. The shock in his heart could not be expressed with words. Is this explanation enough? Xiao Yan's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in front of him instantly came back to his senses. Then, he hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan and hurriedly said, "Master, you must be joking. With your status, killing a mere Jin Xian is nothing. Naturally, there is no need to talk about an explanation. I spoke abruptly earlier. I hope you don't blame me." Although he was a fourth-order formation array master, Lu Jin did not dare to have any temper in front of a fifth-order formation array master. Even the words that he had said earlier were now shamelessly taken back. What a joke. The other party was a fifth-order formation array master with an extraordinary status. He might even be a consecrator of some large force. If he offended him, even Ryuzawa Square would not be able to bear the consequences. However, the thing that caused suspicion to quietly form in Lu Jin's heart at this moment was that the Xiao Yan in front of him appeared to have suddenly become a different person. The aura all over his body had become strange and long. However, due to the latter's great strength, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. The first step and then the second, the thought of it makes me laugh. Lu Jin said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Jin hurriedly smiled awkwardly and accompanied him. I'm not here to laugh at you. I just want to know where the ship I want to take is. Lu Jin was stunned. Then, he hurriedly gestured to Xiao Yan and said respectfully, the ship is currently in the process of repairing the ship's repair. The ship is currently being repaired at the port at the north gate of the city. I hope that Grandmaster can lend us a hand. I believe that the damage to the ship can be repaired very quickly. Of course I can help you repair the ship, but, in return. Xiao Yan's words once again made Lu Jin speechless. Repairing the ship would allow him to enter the North Sea sooner. Was this not enough to attract him? Master, if you can repair the ship as soon as possible, it will help your journey. I believe that this ship will be repaired sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry to go to sea. However, I'm afraid that the profit of Ryuzawa Square will decrease a lot because of this. If you don't want to, then forget it. Xiao Yan turned around as he spoke. Lu Jin's expression immediately changed drastically. Since Xiao Yan had already revealed his identity, Lu Jin would definitely invite him back to help. However, this so-called reward caused him to feel somewhat helpless. Lu Jin nodded. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This was probably the former's revenge for his behavior just now. Rolling his eyes, Lu Jin hurriedly stopped Xiao Yan, who was about to turn around. He quickly put on a smile on his face and said, "How about this? In addition to sailing ships, Ryuzawa Square also sells some medicinal materials. If Master is willing, we can use some medicinal materials as a reward." Using medicinal materials used in alchemy as a reward to a formation master. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fallen out long ago. However, this time, Xiao Yan frowned and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Lu Jin saw this and hurriedly smiled. In this way, the two of them could be considered to have secretly exchanged blows. However, what Lu Jin did not know was that the fifth stage formation master standing in front of him was not only a formation master, but also a fourth stage alchemist. Pills were Xiao Yan's main path. Xiao Yan mocked in his heart. His expression did not change as he snorted softly. Only then did he speak in a somewhat unwilling manner. "Sure, but I want 10 batches of medicinal ingredients." Chapter 1000. Although Xiao Yan's request was high, Lu Jin agreed in the end. After all, as a formation master, even if he took 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, it would still be useless. Of course, this was only Lu Jin's thought. Although the others were suspicious, they did not dare to say anything. Then, under Lu Jin's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at the north gate of Northern Army City, which was also the port where they entered the North Sea. Sure enough, there was a huge ship there, standing there like a giant beast in the sea. The gigantic ship was dark gray in color, and only a small portion of it still had a pure black color. Most of it was covered in extremely eye-catching scars, and those were the proof of the ship's passage of time. The person who added the formation to this ship back then shouldn't be an ordinary person, right? Seeing the mysterious patterns that could still be vaguely seen in some corners of the ship, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his milky white eyes. Lu Jin's body, which was originally slowly walking forward, paused slightly when he heard this. His gaze followed Xiao Yan's line of sight and immediately saw those mysterious lines. Immediately, his face involuntarily revealed a proud expression as he said with a smile, "Don't worry. That was left behind by the first owner of Ryuzawa Square. He was once a rank 6 formation master, and was a well-known figure in the northern region back then. Now, all the large ships in Ryuzawa Square have been added by the owner himself. It is because of this that our ships have been able to last until now, but unfortunately, although his words were full of confidence at the beginning, towards the end, Lu Jin's face gradually revealed a lonely expression. Ever since the first owner of the Dragon Pool Square, there hasn't been a level 6 formation master. The strongest was only a level 5 formation master. It's because of the foundation laid by our ancestors that we've been able to come this far. Unfortunately, even so, when it comes to me, Lu Jin fell silent, and so did Xiao Yan. Looking at the shame that flashed across the latter's face, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could not help but feel surprised. However, in the end, they did not say anything and walked silently. The two of them boarded the ship one after the other. A few minutes later, they arrived at the core of the ship's central secret room. The spirit stones on the ground emitted a sparkling white light, illuminating the entire secret room. A rich aura of energy filled the entire secret room, and most of the energy in the spirit stones converged into a huge formation that was shining on the floor of the secret room. At this moment, in addition to the spirit stones piled up in the secret room, there were two old men sitting cross-legged. A steady stream of golden light poured out of the two old men's bodies, and poured into the formation under them. The spirit stones were used to maintain the formation's operation, while the golden light was the key to repairing the formation. Because I can't repair the ship's damage alone, I could only invite them. That Jean Axian was originally one of them. Seeing the two of them, Lu Jin immediately explained for Xiao Yan. He could hear a hint of helplessness in the latter's words. Yes, if Lu Jin was a rank 5 formation master, these two old men would not have the chance to sit here. The entrance of Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian immediately disturbed the two old men. The moment the two of them opened their eyes, a small golden light flashed across their eyes. Then, the two of them glanced at Lu Jin, then frowned and looked at the young-looking Xiao Yan. Owner Lu, didn't you go to find Jin Xian? Why did you bring back a kid instead? Don't tell me you dismissed Jin Xian and called a kid to help us. Nonsense. What can a brat who is still wet behind the ears do? The two of them echoed each other, their words full of mockery. Ha, Jin Xian is dead. He can't come anymore. As for him, whether he can be useful or not is not up to you to decide. Moreover, Lu Jin smiled coldly. Although these two were not as domineering as Jin Xian, they were not good people either. Every time he helped them repair the ship, the cost was ridiculously high. He had long had enough of these two. What did you say? Jin Xian is dead. Who has the guts to kill him? Where is the person who killed him? Didn't you catch him? The two old men's expressions changed. Jin Xian was someone invited by Ryuzawa Square. Since he was dead, Ryuzawa Square naturally had to take responsibility. No, I didn't catch him. I invited him. In the name of Ryuzawa Square, I invited this master to help repair the ship. Shaking his head, Lu Jin smiled and refuted the two old men's words. What did you say? You're saying that this little brat who hasn't even grown out his hair is the one who killed Jin Xian. How is that possible? Boom. However, this time, the instant the old man cursed, an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure instantly filled the entire dark room. The two old men, who were sitting cross-legged, actually did not have the slightest time to resist as they lay face to face on the ground. The two of them were fiercely pressed against the array. Their entire old faces became abnormally distorted. At the same time, endless fear instantly surged into the old man's heart. If you dare say another word, I will tear your tongues apart. Xiao Yan's calm voice was filled with an overbearing strength. The two old men immediately used their indistinct voices to forcefully respond. Only when the pressure pressed the two of them until they were unable to breathe did a thought pass through Xiao Yan's mind. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had unleashed. After which, the two old men finally climbed to their feet while their hearts were filled with fear. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Yan as they admitted their mistakes. Lu Jin, who was beside Xiao Yan, saw all of this with his eyes. His heart repeatedly laughed coldly. At the same time, the words that Xiao Yan had given him earlier echoed in his heart. Kneel first and bow second. Thinking about it makes one laugh. It had to be said that this sentence was suitable for most people. Ha, Grandmaster, next, we will rely on you to help us repair the formation on the ship. Seeing this, even Lu Jin's attitude towards Xiao Yan became even more respectful. The latter nodded slightly upon hearing this and sat down according to Lu Jin's instructions. The two old men hurriedly followed behind Xiao Yan. Soon after, the four of them entered a state of mind and began to slowly repair the formation under them using some special formation techniques. This time, with the addition of a rank 5 formation master, like Xiao Yan, the speed at which the formation was repaired was undoubtedly much faster. While Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised, Xiao Yan, who had already handed over control of his body to Xiao Xian, also heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1001. The next day. After a whole day of joint repairs, Xiao Yan's ship was finally repaired. As a result, the ship could set sail today. This was great news for both Ryuzawa Square and Xiao Yan. After this, Lu Jin fulfilled his promise and gave Xiao Yan 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the elixir. These 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were the ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. This was also the last elixir that Xiao Yan had promised Xinggan. The trip to the North Sea would take at least 3 to 5 months. Within this period of time, Xiao Yan would be able to refine the embryonic phoenix elixir. Despite not knowing what kind of medicinal pill it was, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently when he saw Xiao Yan take away 10 sets of medicinal ingredients needed to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. Even with Lu Jin's character, he did not know what kind of medicinal pill it was. Just by seeing those precious medicinal ingredients being unceremoniously swept away, Lu Jin's old face involuntarily twitched violently. He grimaced in pain. Helping Ryuzawa Square repair the ship not only brought forward the date of his departure, but also allowed him to obtain 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the embryonic phoenix elixir. It could be said that he had made a huge profit. As for Ryuzawa Square, although the medicinal ingredients seemed precious, it was not difficult for them to guess that these 10 sets of medicinal ingredients were just a drop in the ocean for them. Moreover, the ship repair would bring them the most profit. Just one round trip on this ship was enough to earn everyone in Ryuzawa Square a lot of money, let alone several ships going out to sea at the same time. In comparison, the medicinal ingredients were nothing. After receiving the medicinal ingredients, Xiao Yan boarded the ship with a burning heart. He could not wait for this moment. With regards to the North Sea and the so-called Beihai College, Haimachan was already a little impatient. As the original body of Haimachan's Sea Heart Flame, not only could it help him increase his cultivation, the other part of the flame mantra in his hands was also something that Xiao Yan had been looking forward to for a long time. Other than this, there was also a slight throbbing deep within Xiao Yan's heart. For some unknown reason, he felt that he would likely obtain an unexpected gain during this trip to the Northern Sea. The passengers in the city also swarmed over when they boarded the ship. After paying countless spirit stones as the price, there were only 100 people who boarded the ship in the end. Even these people had to pay a huge price to board the ship. The ship began boarding in the morning. Only at noon did it officially leave the harbor and turn into the sea. Thus, Xiao Yan's journey to the Northern Sea officially began. At almost the same time, in the western region, after several months, Yi Luotian's group finally made their move again. In a certain natural valley within the western wastelands, there were numerous pavilions and pavilions. The valley was lush and verdant, and spring water gurgled, transforming into a small stream that encircled the inside of the entire valley. Green smoke curled up into the air above the pavilions, causing this place to have a dreamlike feeling. This valley was actually like a hidden paradise. From time to time, figures could be seen walking between the pavilions. Although their clothes were simple, the aura that they invisibly gave off made one not dare to underestimate them. In this place, even the most ordinary person had an extraordinary cultivation. Chi, at the entrance of the valley, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, several figures quickly stepped into the place. Almost at the same time, the originally relaxed figures in the valley immediately revealed a vigilant expression on their faces. They looked at each other, and in the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the darkness. These people's movements were especially nimble. No matter how one looked at them, they did not look like ordinary villagers. Instead, they looked like a well-trained army. No need to be nervous, it's us. At the entrance of the valley, 2 figures stepped forward first. The person in the lead spoke in an indifferent voice. Immediately, the people in the valley relaxed. At this moment, the person who had spoken was Yan Hua, who had originally been by Qin Yun's side. The one standing beside him was undoubtedly Yan Lai. Besides the two of them, there were 2 other people following behind them. One of them was the sect master of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. The other person was a fellow whose entire body was covered by a black robe. His face could not be clearly seen. The 2 of you go in first. When the time is right, we will enter. The indifferent voice carried a trace of an order. Hearing this, Yan Hua and Yan Lai immediately nodded respectfully. Soon after, the tip of their feet tapped on the ground, and their figures turned into streaks of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The corners of Yi Luotian's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he watched the two of them disappear in front of his eyes. His gaze swept around the valley in front of him, while ridicule continuously sounded in his heart. As the overlord faction of the western region, you are actually willing to hide in this small valley. The so-called seclusion is complete nonsense. From today onwards, I want your Qin wasteland maze valley to once again dominate the western region. Qin Shuo, you should thank me. He 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 he. A sinister and strange laughter lingered around the two of them. Soon after, the surrounding environment quickly regained its calmness. The other people in the valley did not pay much attention to the two of them as they continued to busy themselves. Half an hour later, a loud bang was emitted from the depths of the valley. The entire valley suddenly trembled, while the expressions of everyone in the valley changed drastically. Numerous gazes simultaneously looked towards the deepest part of the valley. At the same time, Yi Luotian, who was at the entrance of the valley, parted his mouth into a smile. He glanced at the black-robed person beside him and nodded. Soon after, his body moved, transforming into a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in the air above the valley. Who dares to trespass into the Qin wasteland maze valley? Immediately, an order was transmitted from all over the valley. It was like a loud and clear bell that reverberated within the valley. It was quite imposing. At the same time, several powerful auras swept outwards, pressuring Yi Luotian and Yi Luotian in the air. I am the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. I have come to pay a visit to the Qin wasteland maze valley. With a cold laugh, Yi Luotian's forward-flying figure did not pause at all. As the words left his mouth, he transformed into an invisible energy wave that easily broke the surrounding pressure. Soon after, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the valley, he and the black-robed person beside him entered the deepest part of the valley in a flash. That was the place where Yan Hua and Yan Lai had entered earlier. At the same time, it was also where the Valley Master of the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was located. Chapter 1002. Northern Region, Northern Sea. On the third day after the ship entered the Northern Sea, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in an independent room, slowly opened his eyes. After training for 3 days, Xiao Yan had already adjusted his body to its peak condition. At this moment, it was time to prepare to refine the embryonic phoenix pill. The embryonic phoenix pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its quality was ranked high among rank 4 medicinal pills. Naturally, there would be some trouble when refining it. During this process, if one could adjust one's body to its peak condition, it would undoubtedly be able to provide some assurance when refining the medicinal pill. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he sat cross-legged on the bed. His spiritual strength immediately spread out and probed the current situation on the ship. At this moment, other than the 2 initial 9-star Do-D experts sent by Ryuzawa Square to protect the ship, there were 5 8-star Do-D and over 10 7-star Do-D. The rest were all below 6-star Do-D. This kind of team could be considered powerful. After withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the heavy Luo Tian cauldron immediately landed in front of him. An ancient aura filled the room, causing one's mood to become calm. Using the Luo Tian cauldron to refine pills could increase the refining speed to a certain extent and increase the success rate. With the Luo Tian cauldron, refining the embryonic phoenix pill would naturally be much easier. As the heavenly flame rose within the medicinal cauldron, the interior of the green-gold medicinal cauldron immediately lit up. Following which, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve and medicinal ingredients flew out from the storage ring. Under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, they were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they began to rapidly refine. This refinement lasted for 2 months. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers, quietly passing by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. Xiao Yan, who had been sitting in the room for a long time, saw that the originally fresh medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of him had all disappeared without a trace. Instead, they had condensed into a spinning round pill. Within the medicinal cauldron, waves of pill fragrance were emitted. After consuming 2 sets of medicinal ingredients, the embryonic phoenix pill was finally refined. Now, it had reached the final stage before the pill was collected. After a while, the embryonic phoenix pill would be completed. Rumble, suddenly, the sound of thunder reverberated in the sky above the azure sea. The sky changed color, and in the blink of an eye, the originally clear sky was covered by a mass of dark clouds. The entire world suddenly became dark, and the ship that was originally slowly sailing on the sea also stopped at this moment. The sudden change in the weather forced them to stop the ship and wait for the storm to pass. Everyone standing on the deck could not help but raise their heads. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the thunderclouds that had suddenly condensed in the sky. Most of their faces revealed a grave expression. Some of the experts who were in their houses also walked out of their houses because of the activity in the outside world. Their eyes were bewildered as they looked at the sky. What's going on? These don't look like ordinary dark clouds. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the thundercloud, the people on the ship couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some of them had even guessed what this strange thundercloud was. Is this pill lightning? Could it be that someone is refining pills on the ship? Everyone's eyes suddenly turned when these words were spoken. There was both bewilderment and excitement. The pill lightning had condensed. This meant that the medicinal pill had already been refined. This involuntarily caused some of the people on the ship to have evil thoughts. Now that the pill lightning had already been condensed, it was like riding a tiger. That mysterious alchemist would definitely take action to resist the pill lightning. The gap in between was the best opportunity for them to snatch the medicinal pill. Such a good opportunity was something that some desperados would definitely not miss. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of rushing air appeared on the ship. A human figure rushed out from a house below in a ghost-like manner. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over the people standing on the deck below. Immediately, he raised his head and stared at the pill lightning in the sky. The corners of his mouth were slowly lifted into an arc as he sensed the powerful destructive aura that surged out from it. Haha, I have been waiting for you. Currently, his golden elephant skill was still some distance away from mastering. The appearance of the pill lightning today might just be able to help him make up for this gap. Chi chi chi, while Xiao Yan's body was standing in the sky, a couple of rushing wind sounds were quickly transmitted over. Over a dozen human figures swiftly surrounded Xiao Yan in the sky within a 100-meter radius of him. A piercingly cold expression surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw the greedy expressions on their faces. He had already expected the current situation. There would always be some people in this world who could not help but attack because of greed. The best way to deal with such people was to teach them a lesson in blood. Although these dozen people had surrounded Xiao Yan, none of them attacked. They were all waiting for the moment the pill lightning descended. As long as the pill lightning descended, Xiao Yan would not have the time to bother about them. They would also be able to use this opportunity to snatch the medicinal pill that was still in the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan ignored these people. He continued to raise his head. His pair of rippleless eyes contained some disdain. He coldly laughed in his heart as he quietly waited for the pill lightning to descend. Two middle-aged men stood at the top of a building at a certain spot on the ship. The expression on their faces, which were originally frowning as they looked at Xiao Yan, involuntarily changed. They had originally planned to intervene and stop the dozen-plus elite Dodi. However, the two of them had clearly seen the faint cold smile that flashed across the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, the thoughts in the hearts of the two of them were suppressed. Rumble. Faced with Xiao Yan's provocative eyes, the cluster of thunderclouds actually appeared to have come alive. It suddenly churned intensely. The earth-shaking rumbling thunder repeatedly sounded. Frightening thunderbolts that were filled with a destructive aura would occasionally emerge from the thunderclouds. The frightening aura merely flashed past, but it still caused the hearts of everyone below to tremble. The pill lightning that was attracted by a Tier 4 medicinal pill was really becoming increasingly frightening. Even an elite Do-D would feel a fear in his heart. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the pill lightning that was attracted by an even higher tier medicinal pill would be. Bang! At a certain moment, just when the rumbling sound within the thunderclouds was about to disappear, an earth-shaking thunderbolt that was 1,000 feet long suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds. It carried a world-destroying strength as it violently hacked down toward Xiao Yan, who was quietly waiting below. At this moment, the expressions of the elite Do-D standing on the deck below involuntarily changed. Numerous solemn gazes stared intently at the frightening thunderbolt that was swiftly descending from the sky. The Do-Chi within the vortexes within everyone's bodies also involuntarily surged out. They agglomerated into energy barriers of different colors on the surface of their bodies. At the same time, the two middle-aged men a short distance away also quietly circulated the Do-Chi within their bodies. They would immediately intervene if the situation was not right. Almost at the same time, the dozen-plus elite Do-D surrounding Xiao Yan also flashed their bodies. Their faces carried a fiery heat as they charged toward Xiao Yan's house below. Chapter 1003. Soon after, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his hands into fists the instant that the earth-shaking thunderbolt descended. A frightening force wildly agglomerated in his palms. His feet stomped heavily on the empty air and the invisible space under his feet immediately collapsed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared directly under the thunderbolt. A fist was thrown out heavily to meet the pill lightning. Everyone below who witnessed this scene held their breaths and focused their attention. They focused all their attention on Xiao Yan and the thunderbolt. Such an earth-shaking pill lightning was something that even some of the best among them had to be careful when dealing with. At the same time, those 10-plus elite Do-D had also landed around the house that Xiao Yan was in at this moment. They were about to forcefully barge in. Bang! An earth-shattering collision sound suddenly rang out, and a terrifying energy wave swept out from the point of collision between the fist and the pill lightning. The ear-piercing energy explosion repeatedly reverberated beside everyone's ears. The originally calm surface of the sea below began to churn intensely because of it. Soon after, the people on the deck raised their heads and looked over. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. That thunderbolt with a shocking momentum had actually been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's punch. The 1,000-foot-large thunderbolt in the sky suddenly shattered, transforming into a countless number of light spots that swiftly scattered. At the same time, the enormous thunderbolt strength had already poured into Xiao Yan's body. Under the wrapping of the heavenly flame, it roamed all the muscles in Xiao Yan's body. Haha, awesome! Again! Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed out loud as he sensed the waves of piercing pain that were transmitted from all over his body. He raised his head and looked arrogantly at the cluster of thunderclouds in the sky. His feet heavily stepped on the empty air and his body immediately shot to the sky. Bang 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 bang. At the same time, a wave of muffled collision sounds appeared on the ship below. The 10-plus elite Do-D who had charged into the house a moment ago were easily thrown out by a frightening strength. Among these people, even someone with a cultivation as strong as a 7-star Do-D was ultimately mercilessly thrown out. Immediately, the gazes of everyone on the deck once again shifted. Those elite Do-D who had been thrown out all lay on the ground with swollen red faces. Their mouths were painfully moaning. This also caused the expressions of the others to change. Their hearts involuntarily felt surprised. There were actually other experts in that room. After the last person flew out of the room in a miserable manner, a human figure quickly followed and stepped out of the room. He swept his eyes over the person in front of him who wanted to attack again. His eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, his nose emitted a cold snort. His body flashed and appeared in front of that person in a ghost-like manner. Without any hesitation, he turned his body and kicked that person's chest. A frightening force immediately erupted like a flash flood and surged into the body of the person in front of him in an unstoppable manner. At the same time that a muffled sound was emitted, the latter's body also flew out. Following which, he heavily smashed onto the ground and was unable to get up. After finishing off an elite Do-D with a kick, the human figure stood proudly in front of everyone. His hands were placed behind his back as his gaze swept over those people lying on the ground at this moment. Immediately, the couple of elite Do-D, who were about to get up, hurriedly lay on the ground in a panic. They did not dare to move. His sharp and overbearing methods and powerful strength had really caused them to be scared out of their wits. After which, the human figure flashed back to the door of the room and guarded the medicinal pill inside. Only at this moment did everyone on the deck a short distance away clearly see the latter's appearance. Their faces immediately revealed a shocked expression. The latter's appearance was actually exactly the same as the black-robed man in the sky. This was the result of the 9 avatars merging into one. An intermediate 7-star Do-D who possessed nearly half of Xiao Yan's fighting strength was completely fearless against anyone below the intermediate 8-star Do-D level. Unfortunately, the strongest person among these 10+ elite Do-D was merely a 7-star Do-D. Oh, no wonder he is so fearless. There is actually another twin brother guarding the medicinal pill. That's not right. Although this person's aura is powerful, his body is not an absolute entity. Instead, it seems to be agglomerated from energy. This is probably some kind of Do technique that can agglomerate avatars. Not far away, the 2 middle-aged men who had been observing all of this had similarly turned their gazes to the second Xiao Yan, who had appeared. After some careful observation, the 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the latter. TSK, Avatar Ha. It is actually able to raise its cultivation to such a level. This Do technique is likely quite extraordinary. Soon after, the faces of the 2 involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Their mouths also let out a sigh. Being able to possess half of the fighting strength of the original body, this kind of avatar could be said to be extremely powerful. This group of people actually have the delusion of having thoughts of snatching his medicinal pill. Hey, if this brat wants to kill someone, it is likely that they won't even have the chance to attack. TSK. While Xiao Yan's avatar on the ship below was displaying its great strength, the Xiao Yan in the sky was also violently colliding with the thunderbolts time and time again. The dozens of intense collisions caused a portion of Xiao Yan's body to become a little numb. Even his attacking action had become a little sluggish. Moreover, there were traces of fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. All of this was because of this pill lightning. However, Xiao Yan not only did not show any signs of being defeated under the dozens of attacks from the pill lightning, but he was instead in high spirits. The blood in his body appeared to have been ignited and all the strength in his body was completely unleashed. His completely red and numb hand trembled slightly. Threads of electric current passed through his chi paths. His entire arm involuntarily twitched as a piercing pain was transmitted. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily parted. However, his eyes were still emitting a hot fire. Ha ha ha, it is indeed worthy of being a world. Not bad, again. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as he laughed out loud. Surging Do Qi immediately surged to his arm and removed the numbness. Soon after, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal. At the same time, the surging Do Qi above his head gathered. Very quickly, it agglomerated into an enormous finger. Desolation finger. An explosive cry sounded and the enormous finger immediately shot forward. It violently collided with the frightening thunderbolt that was heading toward him. Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. The earth-shaking thunderbolt and the desolation finger were both annihilated. Bang bang bang, the continuous collisions lasted for hundreds of rounds, and the thunderclouds in the sky persisted for 4 hours. Finally, the pill lightning scattered. Everyone on the boat below was stunned. On top of being stunned, they also felt an excitement that was difficult to suppress. Using the strength of a single person to contend with the might of the world. Such a pioneering act really caused one's blood to boil. Exclamations sounded from the boat after the final pill lightning scattered. Even the two middle-aged men revealed shocked expressions. They looked at Xiao Yan in the distant sky and could not help but sigh in their hearts. It is really the case of the new generation surpassing the old. Look at us. Such a pioneering act is something that even you and I did not manage to accomplish when we were young. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1004. Xiao Yan only descended after the pill lightning in the sky gradually scattered. His body sat on the roof of the house. A thought passed through his mind and his avatar turned into a ray of light that returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan ignored the surprised gazes of the people on the deck. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. Soon after, a golden-colored illusionary figure transformed into a golden-colored giant that rose from the ground behind Xiao Yan. It was the golden elephant mantra. At this moment, the lightning energy in his body had yet to dissipate. Xiao Yan wanted to use this energy in addition to the energy he had absorbed earlier to completely form the golden elephant mantra. As the illusory image rose behind him, the gazes of the people on the deck were once again attracted to Xiao Yan. Immediately, the expressions of many people changed slightly. Even the two middle-aged men standing on the pavilion could not help but raise their eyebrows. Although the golden illusory image behind Xiao Yan appeared illusory, everyone present could feel a faint pressure from it. This kind of pressure was different from dou qi or spiritual strength. Instead, it was an even more domineering and vigorous aura. Not only does this brat have a powerful dou qi, but he has also cultivated his physical strength to such a frightening level. The most frightening thing is that while he has cultivated these two types of energy to such a level, he also has such shocking attainments in alchemy. I have to say that his cultivation talent is really frightening. On the pavilion, the two middle-aged men looked at each other and saw the dense shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, the thought of roping in the ladder rose in their hearts. With such a frightening cultivation talent, even if they could not rope him into their Ryuzawa square, it would be their fortune to be on good terms with him. That's right, before we uploaded it, the owner said that there was a rank 5 formation master on the ship. However, he did not seem to be staying in the room that the owner had chosen for him. Now, we don't know where he is. That's right. It's probably because he's not at ease with us that he found a room for himself. This is also normal. Although this kind of person's spirit is strong, his dou qi cultivation would be somewhat lacking. Perhaps this is also one of his methods of self-protection. The two of them continued to talk. However, one of the middle-aged men suddenly looked suspiciously at Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting cross-legged, and asked doubtfully, "Say, do you think that the array master that workshop owner was talking about is him?" According to the owner of the workshop, that lord seems to be very young. Hearing this, the person beside him frowned. That was indeed the case. The rank 5 formation master that Lu Jin mentioned did indeed look very young. However, in the blink of an eye, he dispelled the suspicion in his heart and shook his head. It shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the case. After all, that lord is a formation master and this young man is an alchemist. Who doesn't know that the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations can't be merged into one? Since ancient times, when has there ever been a case where the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of formations could be merged into one? Once these words were said, the suspicion in the former's eyes was greatly reduced. Soon after, when the two of them turned their gazes, they saw that not far behind Xiao Yan, a middle-aged man with blood on the corner of his mouth was quietly approaching Xiao Yan. This person was one of the 10+ elite Do Di that had been sent flying by Xiao Yan's incarnation. Moreover, from his aura, he seemed to be a 7-star Do Di. Previously, he did not have the opportunity to hurt Xiao Yan. At this moment, this fellow actually wanted to secretly attack after seeing that Xiao Yan was concentrating on practicing the Golden Elephant skill. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's back was facing him and he could not see it, he was similarly unable to see it. At this moment, there was a thumb-sized black steel needle quietly floating in Xiao Yan's sleeve. However, in the next moment, before that middle-aged man could arrive behind Xiao Yan, the two middle-aged men in embroidered robes on the building moved first. Their bodies were like ghosts as they arrived in front of that person in the blink of an eye. They pressed their hands on the latter's shoulders and a frightening aura spread outwards. Immediately, the middle-aged man was suppressed until he knelt on the building. "Mister, don't tell me that you haven't caused enough trouble for the previous matter." Their sharp gazes stared at the middle-aged man as a powerful pressure descended on his head. Immediately, an endless amount of fear caused the unwillingness and killing intent in his eyes to disappear. At the same time, the other middle-aged man in embroidered robes had an extremely solemn gaze that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. At this moment, he was merely a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yan. It was also because of this that he could vaguely sense the extremely obscure strength that was transmitted from Xiao Yan's sleeve. It was sufficient to cause him to feel fear in his heart. What a frightening strength. That thing, just what is it? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly shrunk. Soon after, he swiftly brought the person who had launched a sneak attack down from the roof with the former. Soon after, the obscure aura that had seeped out from Xiao Yan's sleeve quietly scattered. Only then did the former sigh in relief in his heart. However, the eyes of this middle-aged man in embroidered robes involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan withdrew the steel needle, he became even more focused on the formation of the Golden Elephant skill. Unlike the Force Elephant skill, which was firm and fierce, the Golden Elephant skill was a defensive Do technique. It was able to control and utilize one's physical strength to the greatest extent. In a situation where one did not rely on Do Qi, one could use one's physical strength to agglomerate a defensive barrier that had the ability to withstand thousands of tribulations. At the peak of refinement, even some defensive Do techniques could not compare with it. From this, one could see just how overbearing the Golden Elephant skill was. Now, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to withdraw the Golden Elephant skill virtual image that had been released from his body into his body and agglomerate it on the surface of his body to form a protective barrier. From there, he would be able to master the Golden Elephant skill. Of course, this action could be described as simple. However, it was extremely difficult to actually do it. Xiao Yan needed to perfectly control all of the physical strength in his body. He needed to compress and agglomerate it to the greatest extent. He needed to agglomerate something that did not seem to exist. He needed to agglomerate the purest strength on the surface of his body like Do Qi. It could be said that if one wanted to do this, one would not be able to do it without understanding the physical strength. In order to successfully agglomerate the Golden Elephant skill, Xiao Yan needed to first have a deeper understanding of his physical strength. He needed to successfully control this thing that was even more illusory and ethereal than Do Qi in his mind. And this process was destined to be slow. However, it seemed that this world did not intend to give Xiao Yan any more time. Just as he was fully focused on practicing the Golden Elephant skill, a frightening danger was rapidly approaching from below the huge ship. Splash! Suddenly, an earth-shaking wave shot into the sky. The originally calm surface of the sea began to ripple intensely like a pond that had a huge rock thrown into it. The seawater flowed backwards and the sea region where the ship was located actually caved in. At the same time, the surface of the sea once again exploded in front of and behind the ship. Soon after, two ferocious-looking huge sea beasts suddenly charged out from under the water and blocked the ship's path. Damn it! Were these beasts attracted by the pill lightning earlier? Everyone on the ship, be alert. Activate the defensive formation. Everyone on the ship, enter battle mode. The two colorful-robed men rushed into the sky one after another. A golden light swiftly rose from the exterior of the ship when the loud cry from their mouths sounded. In the blink of an eye, it had already wrapped around the entire ship. Chapter 1005. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the sea. The color of the sky changed because of it. The thunderclouds had just dispersed, but in the blink of an eye, the entire sea became dark again, as if night was approaching. Raging waves rolled on the surface of the sea, splashing water in all directions. Shockingly huge waves that were hundreds of feet high continuously slammed into the sea around the ship, causing the entire ship to sway left and right. If it wasn't for the protection of the golden light that allowed the ship to maintain its center of gravity, everyone on the ship would have fallen into the sea and been swallowed by the boundless sea. At this moment, after the two 9-star Do emperors from Ryuzawa Square shouted, all the passengers on the ship had entered battle mode. Of course, Xiao Yan was an exception. At this moment, the latter was still obsessed with the condensation of the golden elephant tactic. As time passed, the virtual image of Ling Tian behind him had shrunk by more than half. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult the condensation process became. It was no longer as easy as it was at the beginning. Instead, the compression and condensation of every trace of power became as difficult as wringing a towel. At this moment, even though the golden light that condensed on the surface of Xiao Yan's body was much more solid than before, it was still a distance away from becoming a real entity. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's temperament, the more it was like this, the calmer he became, and the more stable he was in condensing. Xiao Yan's countless experiences of growth in the past made him very clear that the more anxious he was when facing difficulties, the more he would be wary of them. On the other hand, being calm and unhurried could allow one to grow imperceptibly. The power that one obtained in this way, no matter how much it was, would only be beneficial to oneself. On the contrary, if one was eager for quick success and quick benefits, even if one obtained a seemingly powerful power, it would only be a one-sided power. On Xiao Yan's side, the condensation still required some time. However, the two huge sea beasts that surrounded everyone from the front and back of the ship could not wait any longer. The two giant beasts were like mountains that rose out of the sea. They attacked from the front and back, blocking the ship's path. The waves violently slammed against the hull of the ship as the giant beasts swayed. The golden light that enveloped the ship buzzed and shone brightly, blocking the waves. At this moment, everyone on the ship also flew up into the air. Their do-chi gushed out from their bodies, ready to attack at any time. Damn it, it's the bramble sea lions, and there are actually two of them. Quick, turn the ship around and leave this place immediately. Seeing the two giant sea beasts emerging from the sea, the faces of the two middle-aged men on the ship immediately became ugly. At the same time, the other people on the ship who heard the name of the giant beasts could not help but show an extremely worried look on their faces. Some people's bodies even trembled uncontrollably. The bramble sea lion, as its name suggested, was a thorn-like existence in the sea. Because of its own characteristics, it had many tentacles growing on its body. Although these tentacles were not very aggressive, under the control of the bramble sea lion, those tentacles were like huge thorns, wrapping the entire ship from the bottom of the ship, making it impossible for the ship to escape from the sea controlled by the bramble sea lion. In the end, the energy of the formation on the ship would be exhausted, and the ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Naturally, all the human experts on the ship would not be able to survive. Such an example not only applied to the ships in the sea, but also to some of the other Overlord-class sea beasts in the sea. Under the terrifying confinement ability of the Bramble Sea Lion, most of the sea beasts under its control would eventually die from exhaustion. Even the magic beasts that lived in the sea would face such danger, let alone the humans. Although there were 2 9-star Do-D on the ship, unfortunately, the two of them only had the strength of an initial 9-star Do-D. The 2 giant beasts in front of them both had the strength of an intermediate 9-star Do-D. Just in terms of cultivation, the two of them were inferior to the 2 giant beasts. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to rely on brute force to escape from danger. Amidst the tumbling sea, the surface of the sea below the ship was deeply sunken, like a whirlpool, firmly confining the ship here. The huge behemoths attacked from the front and back. Under the sea, countless tentacles like thorns climbed to the bottom of the ship. Once the ship was completely confined here, the 2 behemoths would launch their attack. On the ship, the 2 9-star Do-D continuously gave out orders. In the ship's control room, the crew tried their best to control the rudder of the ship. However, the resistance against the hull of the ship was increasing. Even though they tried their best, they could only slightly change the direction of the ship. When they were panting, the ship once again returned to its original angle under the deliberate control of the 2 huge beasts. Damn it! Everyone, attack! Hold these 2 beasts back! Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone hurriedly joined forces and attacked. Hundreds of people formed hand seals and doe skills gathered. Bright lights that were like stars in the night sky shone in this sea. After which, they wildly bombarded the 2 giant beasts. However, these 2 thorny sea lions were not ordinary creatures. Their powerful strength allowed them to easily block most of the attacks. Only the doe skills of the 2 9-star Do-D on the ship were able to leave some damage on their bodies. The waves were like a tall wall blocking in front of everyone. While it repeatedly slammed against the formation, it also blocked most of the attacks. As for the 2 9-star Do-D, they had no choice but to face it head-on. Unfortunately, after a couple of hours, although the 2 giant beasts were seriously injured, the 2 9-star Do-D were even more seriously injured. At this moment, not only were the 2 of them covered with injuries, one of them had his shoulder pierced by the giant beast. Helpless, they could only return to the deck. Bang bang bang. A countless number of tentacles that were as thick as an adult's thigh rushed out from the surface of the sea. They swiftly clung onto the light formation. Like wildly growing vines, they swiftly covered the entire ship from bottom to top. Within a couple of hours, the 2 giant beasts had not only controlled the bottom of the ship, but they were also attempting to use their tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. In that case, everyone on the ship would not even have the chance to escape. A frightening strength surged from them. The ship, which was originally floating steadily on the surface of the sea, suddenly swayed. The bodies of everyone on the ship swayed. After which, they clearly saw that the ship was sinking deeper and deeper into the water. These 2 thorny sea lions were planning to drag the entire ship to the bottom of the sea. The formation that wrapped around the ship could only guarantee that the ship would not be damaged. However, it could not guarantee that the ship would not be dragged to the bottom of the sea. Once that happened, even if the formation could guarantee that the ship would not be swallowed by the sea for a short period of time, once the formation was broken, only death would await them. Immediately, an endless amount of panic immediately surged into everyone's hearts. Other than the struggle in their hearts, everyone on the ship used all their strength to attack. Everyone did not hold back as the Do-Chi within their bodies surged out. Numerous Do skills were continuously thrown out, repeatedly bombarding the tentacles that were spreading toward the top of the ship in an attempt to stop the thorny sea lions from sinking the ship. However, no matter how hard the people on the ship tried, those tentacles still managed to occupy over half of the ship after a long delay. Moreover, nearly half of the ship had already sunk into the sea. The situation became increasingly tense. Everyone watched the sky above their heads gradually being covered by numerous thick tentacles. Unknowingly, a sense of loss and despair began to climb into their hearts like the vines that covered the ship. The originally intense bombardment gradually slowed down. In the end, even the two 9-star Dodi unwillingly put down their hands. The formation was still there, but the hope in the hearts of the people on the ship had already been shrouded by despair. Faced with such a crisis, they did not seem to have any chance of winning. This guy, at such a time, what is the use of gradually slowing down? Looking at Xiao Yan, who was still sitting cross-legged on the roof, someone from the dejected crowd could not help but helplessly say this. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to scold the latter. Once these words were spoken, many people on the ship turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Most of them were like the former. They merely glanced at him and then ignored him. On the other hand, the two 9-star Dodi from Ryuzawa Square had an inexplicable glimmer of light in their hearts. For some unknown reason, after seeing the latter again, the two of them had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that they and this ship had not truly reached the point of despair. In front of them, there was still a chance of survival waiting for them. The two of them swiftly exchanged glances with each other. After which, they raised their heads at the same time. There was still a small area of the sky above their heads that was not covered by the tentacles. The two of them parted their mouths and smiled. Since the sky above their heads was still there, how could the hope in their hearts be so easily extinguished? Buzz. At almost the same time, the illusionary image behind Xiao Yan, who had been sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours, finally completely disappeared. Instead, it agglomerated into a layer of solid golden barrier on the surface of his body. This was the result of the complete agglomeration of the golden elephant skill. At the same time, it also represented that the golden elephant skill that Xiao Yan had practiced had reached the advanced stage. The golden body agglomerated, the golden elephant skill completed. A dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the light contained an incomparable pressure that caused everyone present to involuntarily fall to the ground. After which, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened at this moment. In an instant, two dense white flame beams shot out from his eyes. With just a glance, it easily shattered the bramble sea lion's tentacles that covered the top of the ship. It even penetrated through the clouds in the sky, allowing sunlight to scatter down and shine on the ashen faces of everyone on the ship. Chapter 1006. Standing on the roof, Xiao Yan casually glanced at the countless strange-looking tentacles that still covered more than half of the ship. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. While the others were staring at him, Xiao Yan tapped the roof with the tip of his foot. His figure suddenly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the top of the ship. From here, he could clearly see the rapidly spreading tentacles. At the same time, he could also clearly see the huge bodies of the two giant beasts outside the tentacles. Two intermediate 9-star Dodi beasts, their strength is not weak. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his mouth. Immediately, he violently charged out of the formation from a spot where the tentacles were denser in front of everyone's eyes. With a bang, a large number of tentacles turned into fragments that filled the sky and fell down in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared outside the large formation and was facing the two bramble sea lions. Everyone on the deck eyed Xiao Yan, who had easily destroyed the bramble sea lion's tentacle. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, a thread of hope once again rose from the bottom of these people's hearts, which were originally filled with despair, because of Xiao Yan. Bang! At this moment, the two 9-star Dodi were the first to launch an attack. The surging Do Chi condensed into two powerful Do skills and fiercely bombarded the tentacles, shattering a large number of tentacles. With this scene appearing again, the surrounding people on the deck were immediately encouraged. One by one, they stood up and led by the hope that rose in their hearts. With scarlet eyes, they used all their strength to display their trump cards. The continuous bombardment caused the hearts of these people to be unconsciously united. The strength that came from the bottom of their hearts caused them to quickly become tacit. Their attacks were no longer chaotic. Instead, they formed a kind of special tacit understanding. For a moment, they actually succeeded in forcing the remaining tentacles to retreat. This also caused the hearts of these people to become even more fiery. Like a spark of hope, at this moment, was burning fiercely in the tentacles. The fire of hope was rising higher and higher, like a prairie fire, rose in the hearts of these people. This was called, a single spark can start a prairie fire. And the person who lit this spark was Xiao Yan, who was currently being chased by the two giant beasts outside the formation. Chi chi chi. The sound of air breaking was like raindrops that densely resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. Thick tentacles rapidly flew in front of and behind Xiao Yan. The tentacles that should have touched Xiao Yan's body were easily dodged at the most critical moment. As for those that could not be dodged, Xiao Yan easily destroyed them. Xiao Yan, bye. When the countless tentacles tightened around each other, Xiao Yan's body was bound tightly. It was no surprise. The countless tentacles already possessed an extraordinary toughness under the support of Do Qi. Adding the fact that they were bound in such a manner, it was likely that even a 9-star Do Di would not be able to escape within a short period of time. At this moment, the two giant beasts also grabbed this opportunity to extend even more tentacles. Under the cover of Do Qi, they carried an incomparably sharp aura as they penetrated through the air and viciously pierced toward the bound Xiao Yan. In such a situation, once those tentacles penetrated one's body, even if one did not die, it would definitely leave behind quite a serious injury. This scene was naturally seen by the crowd on the deck, who had already gotten rid of most of the tentacles. Immediately, everyone's hearts involuntarily clenched together. Currently, Xiao Yan could be said to be their spiritual support. Once the latter was defeated in this manner, this group of people who had just pulled themselves together with great difficulty would once again collapse to the ground in the blink of an eye. If they were dispirited again this time around, they would no longer have the possibility of standing up again. Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as those tentacles firmly bound Xiao Yan, within a short span of a few breaths, everyone clearly saw numerous dazzling golden lights shoot out from deep within the cluster of tentacles. Soon after, numerous cracks swiftly spread from the countless tentacles. Without waiting for more tentacles to shoot toward Xiao Yan, the large cluster of tentacles that bound Xiao Yan suddenly exploded with a muffled bang. Dang 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 dang. Soon after, intense collision sounds once again sounded. Those tentacles covered in Do Qi violently collided with Xiao Yan's body. His body, which was covered in golden light, did not move at all. On the other hand, those tentacles that collided with the golden light suddenly exploded in an instant. The collision between the two was as weak as an egg striking a rock. After a few minutes of intense collision, Xiao Yan's body still did not move at all. Even the golden light on the surface of his body did not scatter at all. This was the dominance of the golden elephant's skill. Hua! Seeing this scene, the people on the ship immediately burst into an uproar. At the same time, a blazing fire of hope ignited in their eyes, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Ha! At a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, suddenly let out a violent roar. The invisible sound wave seemed to contain a powerful force. Wherever it passed, those tentacles that were charging toward the ladder once again broke inch by inch. I'm still in a hurry, so I won't play with you guys anymore. As the faint sentence fell from his mouth, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The dense white flames immediately turned into a raging wave of flames, sweeping toward the tentacles that wrapped around the ship in an overwhelming manner. Soon after, everyone on the ship clearly saw that wherever the flames passed, all the tentacles were strangely frozen. Then, under the shocked gazes of these people, they shattered into countless ice shards and fell into the vast sea. In just a short moment, those tentacles that were wrapped around the ship a moment ago had all fallen into the sea. At the same time, the ship also regained its original control. That's Heavenly Flame. A flame that can freeze things. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the bone-freezing flame, ranked 11th on the Heavenly Flame list. Who exactly is he, to be favored by the Heavenly Flame? Suddenly, the people on the ship recognized the flame and could not help but be curious about Xiao Yan. Of course, more than this, was the latter's timely intervention and saving their lives. At the same time, Xiao Yan's figure appeared above the head of a bramble sea lion in a ghost-like manner. When the latter saw that Xiao Yan had arrived in front of it, it opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit at Xiao Yan. At the same time, another bramble sea lion in the sky behind Xiao Yan also shot out countless tentacles. They were like a rain of arrows that filled the sky as they furiously shot at Xiao Yan. In response to the attack behind him, Xiao Yan blasted out with his palm. The flame palm print rose sharply against the wind and easily swallowed the countless tentacles. Then, his body suddenly rushed down, dodging the attack of the bramble sea lion below, landing on the latter's head. His hands clenched into fists, blue veins popping out, and a terrifying power suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. Then, he mercilessly smashed down. Bang! The fist fell and immediately left a huge pit on the beast's head. Its flesh and blood were separated, revealing the white bones. The giant beast's huge body, which was above the surface of the sea, sank uncontrollably. Half of its body directly sank into the sea, and a huge footprint was left on its broad back. Before the giant beast could struggle again, Xiao Yan continued to attack. His right hand spread out, and the do qi condensed in the palm of his hand. Soon, it turned into a thumb-sized black light spot. Great Heaven Creation Palm. With a low shout in his heart, Xiao Yan's right palm fell on the head of the bramble sea lion. A terrifying devouring power suddenly spread out, and the giant beast below him roared. In a short moment, it was completely submerged in the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Even the surrounding sea was swallowed by the Great Heaven Creation Palm. The seawater poured in, and the ship, which had just stabilized, shook violently. The people on the ship were shocked. When they came back to their senses, the thorny sea lion, which was originally at the stern of the ship, was nowhere to be seen. What a terrifying do skill! In an instant, everyone on the ship was shocked. Even the other bramble sea lion also felt the terror of this human. Its huge body quickly turned and dived. As the sea churned, half of its body had already sunk into the sea in the blink of an eye. Ha! Is it trying to escape? Its speed is quite fast. It is worthy of being the top magical beast in the sea. Xiao Yan whispered in surprise. He wanted to turn around and get on the ship, but then he raised his eyebrows. The bramble sea lion's speed in the sea was extremely fast. If he could tame it and use it to pull the ship forward, wouldn't the speed of reaching their destination be reduced by a lot? With this thought, Xiao Yan suddenly grinned. He looked at the giant beast, whose back had just sunk into the sea, and its body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sea under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship. This guy, could it be that he wants to kill that bastard? That thing had tormented us quite a bit just now. It is understandable for him to have such thoughts. Everyone frowned as discussions rang out. At the same time, their hearts, which had been tense for an entire day, finally began to slowly relax. However, after a short while, the sea surface, which had just calmed down, suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, the huge body of the bramble sea lion once again surged out from the sea. The faces of the people on the ship, who had yet to catch their breath, changed drastically. Everyone mobilized the little remaining do qi in their bodies. Their eyes were alert as they looked at the giant beast that had appeared in front of them. However, at a certain moment, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly discovered that there was a black-robed human figure standing on the head of the bramble sea lion. When everyone followed his gaze and looked over, sure enough, that human figure was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. As for the bramble sea lion at this moment, it did not show any signs of resistance under his feet. Although its huge body still gave people an infinite visual impact, the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from before had completely disappeared. The people on the ship could not help but inexplicably think that the latter at this moment was like a well-behaved lion. What is going on? Xiao Yan gently stomped his feet while everyone was feeling surprised. The enormous beast under his feet immediately obediently sent him to the edge of the boat. Xiao Yan immediately boarded the boat in front of the cautious gazes of everyone on the boat. He immediately smiled and said, "Let's go. Everyone, for the rest of the journey, let this big guy pull the ship for us. I believe that with it pulling the ship, the time we take to reach our destination should be reduced by more than half." As soon as these words came out, everyone on the ship was shocked. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the giant beast in front of them. They did not dare to believe that this giant beast, which wanted to drag them to the bottom of the sea a moment ago, would actually become their labor at this moment. "Mister, it won't have any problems, right?" Two 9-star Dodi walked forward while supporting each other. They respectfully cupped their hands to Xiao Yan and then carefully asked. This was also the problem that everyone present was worried about. After all, the bramble sea lion was best at dragging its prey into the depths of the sea. If Xiao Yan's actions were to backfire and the bramble sea lion took advantage of it and dragged their ship into the sea, then the result would be unbearable for everyone on the ship. And for this point, Xiao Yan seemed to have expected it. Please rest assured that there will definitely be no problems." With a slight smile, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across everyone present. His face was full of a confident smile. Seeing the latter like this, most of the people on the ship hesitated for a moment before heavily nodding their heads in agreement. After all, the strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already proven everything for him. His persuasiveness was undoubtedly stronger than the two 9-star Dodi controlling the ship. Moreover, there were indeed many people in the crowd who were eager to give it a try. After all, they had never seen a magical beast in the sea pulling a ship. Now that they had the opportunity to experience it, how could they not be moved? As for those who were still worried, they also chose to nod their heads in affirmation after struggling for a while. Seeing everyone nod their heads, Xiao Yan immediately smiled with satisfaction. He turned around and ordered the giant beast behind him. The latter immediately twisted its body obediently and came to the front of the ship. It used its countless tentacles to pull the hull of the ship. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of the people on the ship was indeed pulled by the bramble sea lion and sailed towards the depths of the North Sea at an even faster speed. Chapter 1007. The Snake Island was the largest island in the North Sea that was close to the North Sea. It was a place that all practitioners had to pass through on their way to and from the North Sea. At the same time, it was also the location of a branch of Ryuzawa Square, which was the destination of Xiao Yan and the others. The Snake Island got its name from the shape of the island, which looked like a huge snake. There was also another saying, which was that there were countless dragon snakes on the upper level of the Snake Island that had fallen here. That was how it got its name. But no matter what, it did not affect the fame of the Snake Island in the North Sea. The entire island was circular, like a pagoda. Perhaps it was because of its name, but all the buildings on the island were arranged in a circle, like a giant snake. Of course, it was also because of the terrain. On the other side, the ship was being led by the bramble sea lion. Its speed was naturally several times faster. The journey that would have taken 2 months was now under the lead of the bramble sea lion. In just 1 month, the people on the ship could already see the huge island on the horizon. This made the people on the ship very happy. At the same time, they were also surprised by the speed of the bramble sea lion. Other than this, everyone on the ship, including the two 9-star Dodi, felt admiration for Xiao Yan, who had caused all of this, from the bottom of their hearts. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking young man would have such powerful strength? The two bramble sea lions were each comparable to a 9-star Dodi in the middle stage. Even so, in the hands of the former, they were defeated in just a short time. He easily killed one of the bramble sea lion and even used shocking methods to make the other one listen to his orders. Everyone on the ship knew that if it wasn't for the bramble sea lion leading the way, they wouldn't have been able to get here in such a short time. Along the way, because of the bramble sea lion, all the powerful sea beasts that they encountered along the way were scared away by the bramble sea lion before they could do anything. This was also thanks to Xiao Yan. Up until now, everyone on the ship, including the people who attacked Xiao Yan for the pills, were all in awe of him. This kind of awe wasn't just because he saved their lives, it came from the bottom of their hearts. It came from the respect they had for a truly powerful person. By noon, the ship had already arrived at the Snake Island. Looking at the island that was getting closer and closer, everyone on the ship had a joyful expression on their faces. Once they were here, they would be truly safe. They would no longer have to worry about any sudden attacks from the giant beasts in the ocean. However, when the ship was approaching the port of the island, the people near the port also noticed the ship that was quickly approaching them. At the same time, they also noticed the bramble sea lion that showed its head on the surface. That's the bramble sea lion. Not good, the sea beasts are coming. Damn it, those annoying guys haven't left yet. Why is this thing coming too? Everyone be careful, it's the bramble sea lion. Notify the guards around and send reinforcements. Before Xiao Yan and the others arrived, the atmosphere at the port was already tense. Loud shouts came one after another. Many figures quickly gathered at the port. Before the bramble sea lion got close to the shore, the strong people on the island had already used their Do skills and bombarded the bramble sea lion. What's going on? What's happening at the port? At the same time, on the deck of the ship, the people who noticed the intense energy wave in front of them immediately looked over. The people at the front were naturally the two 9-star Dodi. When everyone saw the situation in front of them, their faces immediately changed. They were so happy that they almost forgot that the bramble sea lion was in front of them. Now the people on the island must have thought that their ship was an empty ship. They thought that the bramble sea lion had found a cover for them and directly attacked them. This was going to be troublesome. Facing the bombardment that came from all directions, the bramble sea lion in the sea naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. Immediately, its huge body pounced forward. Immediately, a shocking wave swept forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a water wall that was hundreds of feet tall. It successfully blocked the attacks that came from the front. The remaining power continued to sweep forward without any decrease in power. Finally, the port that was set up on the shore was completely destroyed. What's going on? Why is the bramble sea lion angry? Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was originally sitting cross-legged in his room, unknowingly appeared on the roof of his room. He frowned as he looked at the huge wave that destroyed the port. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt. He had already communicated with this big guy. He would use 2 tier 4 medicinal pills as a reward to get this guy to send them here. Moreover, because of him, the bramble sea lion shouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. But what was the situation now? Greetings to Senior Xiao Yan. Seeing Xiao Yan appear, everyone on the ship immediately bowed respectfully to him. Although the person in front of them was young, they didn't feel anything wrong when they bowed to him. As the saying goes, the one who reaches first becomes the teacher. The current Xiao Yan had the ability to make them call him senior. The two 9-star Dodi nodded gently. Soon after, the two 9-star Dodi swiftly explained everything that had happened in front of them. Oh, Coiling Snake Island. In other words, we have reached our destination. Xiao Yan softly muttered. After which, he once again frowned and turned his gaze to the front. The strong people on the island had once again used their dou qi, wanting to attack the Bramble Sea Lion again. At this moment, the Bramble Sea Lion had already accumulated its strength and was ready to send them another tsunami. Swoosh! Just as the Bramble Sea Lion was about to attack, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared on top of its head. He gently stomped his feet and the huge beast's movement also stopped. At the same time, the dou qi that came from the sky like rain did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It still carried a terrifying destructive force as it ruthlessly fell on Xiao Yan and the Bramble Sea Lion below. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Yan waved his right arm. A light flashed in his palm and the huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. He covered it with the heavenly flame and filled it with dou qi. After which, the moment those dou qi fell, the heavy Xian ruler suddenly swept across in front of Xiao Yan. Following which, a shocking white ruler glow shot out. With just one attack, it completely destroyed the countless dou qi. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The dou qi of all the dou di in front of the harbor were swept away by Xiao Yan's ruler. After which, without waiting for them to attack again, Xiao Yan's figure appeared on the coiling Snake Island like a ghost. He waved the huge ruler in his hand and the invisible air was instantly crushed into an air cannonball. It shot out and caused the ground below to explode. After which, the gazes of the strong people at the harbor were attracted by this shocking attack. After which, they landed on the black-robed man in midair. All of you, stop right now. Chapter 1008. Xiao Yan's figure stood in midair. His majestic voice gathered everyone's gaze. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the person in front of them, a human, would actually stop them from attacking the Bramble Sea Lion. Why? At this time, the Bramble Sea Lion pulled the ship and docked it on the shore. Then, a group of people jumped down from the ship and appeared in front of everyone on the island. What is going on? Everyone who saw this scene was surprised. Why was it that the boat behind the Bramble Sea Lion was not empty? There were actually people on it. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was clear that they were very safe. While everyone on the island was feeling surprised, a couple of human figures within the crowd recognized the two 9-star dou di who had just descended from the ship. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhou, why is it you? Shouldn't your boat arrive in 1.5 months? Why are you on this boat? 4 human figures swiftly flashed and stepped forward. They cupped their hands to the two 9-star dou di. After which, they cried out in surprise and inquired. Even some of the gazes from the crowd behind were attracted by the words of these few people. The two 9-star dou di immediately recognized these people when they saw them. These 4 people were from the Dragon Pool Square. After which, the 2 of them smiled and told the 4 people in front of them about what had happened earlier and the reason why they had arrived here so quickly. Of course, their words did not contain any intention of hiding anything. Hence, the matter of Xiao Yan easily subduing the Bramble Sea Lion and using it as labor fell into the ears of the people behind them without missing a single word. These words immediately stirred a great commotion in the crowd. Countless numbers of eyes that were filled with shock landed on Xiao Yan's body. This Bramble Sea Lion's cultivation was at least that of an intermediate 9-star dou di. Even though this was the case, it was still easily subdued by this black-robed, young man in front of them. From this, one could tell just how great the latter's cultivation was. When everyone saw his young face, a storm was set off in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces also turned into a dumbfounded look. If the 2 deacons of Ryuzawa Square did not personally explain it, in addition to seeing the Bramble Sea Lion with their own eyes, it was likely that no one present would believe that such a powerful energy could erupt from the body of this skinny black-robed young man. When the group of guests who had flown down from the ship behind Xiao Yan saw the expression on the faces of the crowd in front of them, their faces involuntarily revealed a mocking and prideful smile. Perhaps it was because their faces had once revealed such an expression, or perhaps it was because they had personally witnessed the matter, but when these people looked at the crowd on the shore, their eyes would carry an expression as though they were looking at country bumpkins. As for the inexplicable pride, it should be because they were fortunate to be able to enjoy the process of the sea beast pulling the boat. After all, according to their knowledge, although they did not dare to say that there had never been a sea beast pulling the boat, people at their level had never had the qualification to enjoy such a thing. Just this point of this trip to the Northern Sea was enough for them to remember for a long time. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Xiao Yan's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the bramble sea lion. Now that they had arrived at their destination, the promise with the bramble sea lion would naturally be fulfilled. Although he had forced the bramble sea lion to pull the boat back then, the beast was unwilling to submit to Xiao Yan's powerful pressure. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no choice but to use 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills as payment in exchange for a smooth trip. It must be said that with the bramble sea lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. It could be said that with the bramble sea lion leading the way, this trip had indeed exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Under the bramble sea lion's impatient roar, Xiao Yan flipped his palm, and 2 perfectly round pills instantly fell into his hand. He waved his hand, and the big guy in front of him swallowed them in one gulp. After that, it let out 2 joyful cries, and its huge body slowly sank down. Finally, it disappeared from the Snake Island. Seeing this big fellow leave, Xiao Yan rubbed his nose for some unknown reason. After which, he turned around and boarded the coiling Snake Island under the escort of everyone. Under the escort of the crowd, Xiao Yan walked on the street that led to the center of the Snake Island. Due to the terrain of the island, the streets showed the scene of tens of thousands of stairs. At a glance, the winding stairs were endless, and at the end of one sight, there was a group of grand buildings. At the same time, it was also the highest point of the Snake Island, the most central area. Being surrounded by the crowd behind him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. The vast and mighty aura of this large group of people was like a group of robbers who had charged up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. Quite a number of shops in the streets were unable to endure it and closed their doors one after another wherever they passed. Even the passers-by on the street revealed frightened faces as they opened up a path for this group of people. Facing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. He shook his head, and only then did he turn his gaze to the 2 9-star Do Di who were still following him. Although the port of Ryuzawa Square was at the outer side of the island, due to the special nature of the island, the headquarters of Ryuzawa Square on the Snake Island was built at a high place. This allowed Xiao Yan to pass by. May I know if the 2 of you know the exact location of Beihai College in the Northern Sea? Hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It seemed that they were a little surprised by this. However, they immediately looked at Xiao Yan respectfully. After thinking for a moment, they cupped their hands together and smiled. "Elder, are you going to Beihai College?" Xiao Yan nodded, and the person in front of him immediately spoke again. From Elder's tone, you don't seem to be familiar with Beihai College. Why don't I introduce Beijing College to you before I tell you the exact location of Beijing College? How about it? Hearing this, Xiao Yan frowned. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he was very familiar with Beihai College. He couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me that the 2 of you came from Beihai College. Ha, Elder must be joking. The 2 of us don't have the ability to enter. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the 2 of them shook their heads and sighed. From their eyes, it could be seen that even the 2 of them had a deep yearning for Beihai College. After laughing bitterly, the 2 of them collected their emotions. They lifted their gazes, looked at Xiao Yan, and asked with a smile. May I know if Elder has heard of the three great heads of the Northern Sea? Chapter 1009. The three great heads of the Northern Sea. What are they? Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard the words that were emitted from the person in front of him. A doubtful expression appeared on his face. He had just entered the Northern Sea and was unfamiliar with everything in the Northern Sea. Other than Beihai College, he did not know anything about any other factions. The two people beside him helplessly smiled when they saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. It turned out that the former did not know about any other factions other than Beihai College after coming to the vast Northern Sea. Elder, the so-called three great heads of the Northern Sea are the three strongest factions in the Northern Sea. Beihai College is one of them. Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows when these words were spoken. He did not expect Beihai College to have such a deterrent force. It was actually able to become one of the three great factions in the Northern Sea. However, Xiao Yan understood after thinking about it. Beihai College was single-handedly established by Hai Machin. His cultivation was likely comparable to Gu Yu's. It was likely that no one in the entire northern region could match up to him. It was understandable for him to be able to bully the three great factions. Other than Beihai College, the other two great factions are the true overlords of the Northern Sea. They are also the two magical beast tribes that have existed for the longest time in the ocean. The Sea Shark tribe and the Sea Serpent tribe. In front of these two enormous creatures, the human factions are not even worth mentioning. The two great magical beast tribes have divided the entire sea into two parts. One half is controlled by the Sea Shark tribe while the other half is controlled by the Sea Serpent tribe. Their territories coincidentally extend to the area around Snake Island. Hence, there are no members of these two tribes in the sea region that we came from. They are only doing this to maintain the balance of the sea. Otherwise, if their factions continue to expand endlessly, other than these two great magical beast tribes, it is likely that no other magical beast will exist in the entire sea. However, Beihai College is at the intersection of the territories of these two magical beast tribes. If we want to travel from Snake Island to Beihai College, we will need another month of travel. Deacon Qian and Deacon Zhou involuntarily paused their bodies when they spoke until this point. They spoke respectfully to Xiao Yan in an apologetic manner. Due to the fact that the sea region after this is more dangerous, Ryuzawa Square will not send any ships into the deep sea. Please forgive us for this. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeves, he lifted the two people who were bent over. This is your responsibility. There is nothing to apologize for. Moreover, I am very thankful that you two. There are many experts within the two great magical beast clans, and there are even a few origin transformation experts. Senior, you must be extremely cautious in your journey. Thank you for the information. Xiao Yan clasped his hands and nodded to express his gratitude. Deacon Qian then took out a scroll from his storage ring. It was a detailed map of the North Sea. After taking the map, Xiao Yan did not have time to look at it. He put it into his storage ring. When he turned around to look, he realized that they had already arrived at the top of Snake Island. From his current position, he was able to see over half of the coiling Snake Island at a glance. He was even able to see the huge sea region where they had come from. The endless sea caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh. Just now, Qian Air and Zhou Air had said that the sea in front of him at this moment was left for the other magical beasts in the sea to live in by the two magical beast clans. From this, it could be imagined that the two magical beast clans occupied an enormous amount of marine resources. And all of this was because of the difference in strength between them. Even so, if one were to think about it from a different perspective, one would realize that even though the two magical beast clans could be said to be overbearing, they at least left enough space for the other creatures in the ocean to survive. In other words, if it were humans, when a clan continued to expand endlessly, how could they give other forces the chance to grow wantonly? Dang! 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 However, right at that moment, from the highest point of the Snake Island, a series of urgent bell-ringing sounds suddenly came. It was not hard to hear that kind of urgency. Something must have happened on the island. What happened? What does that bell sound mean? Xiao Yan frowned and involuntarily asked. Almost at the same time, the expressions of everyone behind him, and even everyone on the island, changed drastically. All the strong people who were at least a Do-Di flashed and appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the coiling Snake Island was covered by a countless number of human figures. Not good, the snakes are here. Deacon Qian, who was beside him, quickly explained to Xiao Yan. The snake horde was actually a beast horde in some sense. This beast horde was formed by the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe. All the warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in the beast horde were above the Do-Di level. They were extremely powerful. The meaning of the existence of this beast tide was a tradition within the Sea Serpent clan. It was to select true warriors from the countless sea serpents and join a special force within the Sea Serpent clan to protect the Sea Serpent clan. The first condition to select this kind of warrior was to kill 10 Do-Di level warriors. In the ancient times, this kind of selection was usually only held within their own tribe. The battlefield was also the Snake Island. However, because of the intervention of humans, the Snake Island no longer belonged to them. Therefore, the rules of the selection of warriors had a small change. It was transferred from the tribe to the human warriors. The battlefield was still the same. The warriors of the Sea Serpent tribe who participated in this kind of selection were usually at the bottom of the tribe. Their status was lower. Their purpose of participating in the selection was to change their status in the tribe. Also, because the number of warriors in the selection was limited, these guys were usually very cruel. They would choose to fight in the craziest way from the beginning in order to complete the selection as quickly as possible. Although this process might cost them their lives, they were still very passionate about it. This was because these fellows clearly understood that if they couldn't complete the selection, they would forever be at the bottom of the hierarchy. The division of status made them value their own status. In order to be able to sit at the top, these fellows would not hesitate even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 10:10. Hearing what the two said, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel shocked. The Sea Serpent race was crazy. In order to pick out the best warriors, they didn't even care about the lives of their people. Of course, this might have something to do with the number of their own race. The huge number of people forced the Sea Serpent race to use such extreme methods to control the number of their people. Other than that, it might also be because of the nature of the demon beasts to fight. On this point, it was said that even the Sea Shark race was the same. Of course, the difference was that they wouldn't choose to kill each other, and they wouldn't attack humans so easily. Just as the few of them were talking, they looked up. Other than the countless human warriors in the sky, there was also a huge amount of powerful aura in the northern sky. It was quickly approaching them. The Snake Island that was originally under the clear sky was now covered in a layer of haze. The powerful aura was quickly approaching the Snake Island like an avalanche. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the island. Everyone on the island raised their eyes at this moment and focused their gazes. The muscles on their faces involuntarily trembled as their gazes swiftly turned dark. A grave expression surfaced on the faces of everyone in the sky above the island. At this moment, a large group of people with human bodies and snake tails were high up in the sky. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and battle intent as they stared at all the humans on the island below. The flames of war were spreading rapidly in their hearts. The crazy killing intent caused them to constantly scan the humans below, choosing their prey. Damn it! These half-human half-beast bastards. They are actually picking us as prey. Quite a number of people immediately emitted a reprimand when they noticed those unknown gazes. Even Xiao Yan felt a little unnatural when those gazes swept over him. At this moment, the bell ringing from the highest point of the Snake Island finally stopped. Then, 3 silhouettes flashed out from the buildings and hovered in the air. Their sharp eyes stared straight at the group of dragon men across them. After 3 years, Blood Commander, we meet again. A voice filled with authority came from a black-haired middle-aged man among the 3. Along with it, there was also an extremely powerful aura coming from his body. An extremely powerful aura gushed out from the middle-aged man's body. When the countless clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan felt this aura, they couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with fear. Immediately after, another powerful aura swept out from the clansmen of the Sea Serpent clan and blocked the middle-aged man's aura. Hiss. 2 origin transformation experts. Sensing the strength of these 2 auras, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the street below, could not help but raise his eyebrows. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. His heart was extremely shocked. The Northern Sea was truly a place of power. He had just arrived here today and he had already seen 2 origin transformation experts. It was hard to imagine what it would be like in the depths of the Northern Sea. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd of the Sea Serpent race. Afterward, a burly man slowly walked out with heavy steps. Unlike the other members of the Sea Serpent race, although his appearance was similar to theirs, the snake tail on his lower body had already transformed into a pair of legs. This was a rule of the Sea Serpent race. All experts below the origin transformation realm were required to keep their snake tails. Wang Ziyuan, it's been 3 years. I didn't think that your cultivation hasn't increased at all. Have I overestimated you? There was a hint of mockery in his cold laughter. When he spoke again, the already tyrannical aura within the burly man's body actually increased a little. It was several times stronger than before. At the same time, Wang Ziyuan also frowned and let out a low snort from his nose. Then, he blocked the aura and even overpowered it. Commander Shui, although that's the case, it seems that your cultivation hasn't surpassed mine. So, for now, I suggest that you put away your arrogance. A faint laughter rang out. Wang Ziyuan curled his lips and smiled, causing the latter's face to immediately darken. Wang Ziyuan, I'd like to see how many more years you can last with your cultivation at the late origin transformation realm. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will personally kill you on this coiling Snake Island. I'll be waiting. Wang Ziyuan clasped his hands together heavily. His firm voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the surroundings, causing the experts on the island below to cheer. However, no one noticed that when Wang Ziyuan said those words, cold sweat dripped down from his temples. Right, it's just as this fellow before me said. If my cultivation doesn't advance in the slightest, then I'm afraid I won't have to wait for another few years before I won't be able to hold on when the next beast tide comes. As a result, he needed to increase his cultivation before that. Even if he did not reach returnance, just reaching the peak of the late origin transformation realm would be enough for him to easily deal with this guy before him. You brats. Today, this will be the battlefield for your trial. Whoever can kill 10 human Do-Di will have the right to enter the Yuan estate. There will only be 100 spots. As a result, begin your hunt now. The moment the commander yelled out, the countless sea serpents behind him crazily cried out and charged toward the coiling Snake Island below. They formed a black mass that looked like dark clouds descending from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Sky-shaking shouts sounded like roaring thunders. Surging warrior energies rose from the surface of the bodies of these sea flood dragons. Different colored thunderbolts formed in this world, striking down fiercely towards the island below. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, all the human experts on the island charged upward. Only Xiao Yan and the people beside him, as well as Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shui in the sky, did not move at all. Senior, let's go. The people beside Xiao Yan respectfully clasped their hands at him before charging into the sky. Only Xiao Yan remained where he was. He glanced at them indifferently. When Xiao Yan returned to his senses, he suddenly felt a murderous gaze land on him. Before he could focus, the owner of the presence had already appeared before him. Two hands were bent into claws as they viciously swiped toward Xiao Yan's throat. Chapter 10-11. Clang! Sparks shot out as the two claws violently cut across Xiao Yan's throat one after another. However, only a few sparks were emitted during the process. Even Xiao Yan's standing body did not move even a little. What? The appearance of this scene also caused the powerhouse from the Sea Serpent clan to be greatly shocked. He did not expect that with his strength, he would still be unable to hurt a mere human's physical body. How is this possible? Our Sea Serpent clan's physical strength is naturally stronger than other clans. How is it possible that we can't even hurt a human? This is impossible. On top of being shocked, this person also widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked over. Soon after, he clearly saw that Xiao Yan's exposed throat was covered with numerous purple-gold strange scales. The attack from the former earlier had been blocked by these scales. This is, suddenly, the strong man from the Sea Serpent clan had a drastic change in expression. He was shocked. Could it be that the person in front of him was also from the Magic Beast clan? However, before he could raise his head, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Then, with a bang, his fist landed heavily on the former's face. The dull sound of the collision was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The former only felt that his entire soul was shaking violently. Then, when he fell to the ground, he had already fainted. After finishing off the person in front of him with a punch, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over. However, he couldn't help but frown the next moment. Although he had finished off one of them, there were still countless sea serpents rushing towards him in the sky. There were countless existences that were even stronger than the former, and their numbers were terrifyingly huge. A battle that couldn't be avoided was rushing towards Xiao Yan. Looking at the current situation, if he couldn't finish off all the Sea Serpent clan in the sky, he wouldn't be able to leave the Snake Island easily. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but sink. He had originally wanted to go to Beihai College, but he didn't expect to encounter so many obstacles along the way. There were always some troubles that constantly blocked his path. This also caused his originally calm heart to have a sense of irritation. Now, if he wanted to leave this place, he could only finish off the Sea Serpent clan first. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of icy cold air and tried his best to calm his heart. After which, his gaze swiftly swept across the sky and immediately chose a strong Sea Clan person who was closer to him. His hands were instantly clenched into fists. His body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that person. Following which, under the latter's shocked eyes, a fist violently smashed into his abdomen. The powerful strength caused the latter to lose all of his combat power in an instant. The consciousness in his mind quickly dissipated. Then, like a corpse, he fell heavily to the ground. The fastest way to end this battle wasn't to kill endlessly. Xiao Yan's goal was only to make the Sea Clan lose their combat power. After all, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the powerful clans in the ocean. That would only bring him more trouble. After a dozen punches, more than 10 strong men from the Sea Clan had lost their combat power. However, when Xiao Yan raised his head, the black mass of the Sea Clan army in the sky still sent chills down his spine. Xiao Yan's face became gloomy because of this. With so many opponents, even if he punched one person, he didn't know how long it would take. At this time, under the siege of the Sea Clan, some of the human experts on the island were gradually showing signs of defeat. Some of the weaker human experts even began to die in the hands of the Sea Clan one after another. According to the current situation, if the battle continued to drag on, the only way to end this chaotic battle was to sacrifice the lives of the human powerhouses. Once the 100 Sea clan warriors were selected, this chaotic battle would naturally come to an end. However, Xiao Yan couldn't wait until then. He was already impatient with Beihai College and Haimachin. These fellows in front of him would only wear away the little bit of patience he had left. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he stood in the empty air. Both of his eyes were gently shut. A vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately spread from between his brows. Soon, it covered the entire battleground. Sensing the strength of this soul power, even Wang Ziyuan and Commander Xuan the Sky couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the latter. Immediately after, Xiao Yan slowly raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. With a poof, a white flame rose from his palm. That's heavenly flame. Immediately after, Wang Ziyuan and Commander Shue's faces suddenly changed. Both of their eyes couldn't help but be shocked. However, the scene that followed made their hearts even more shocked. Buzz! Following Xiao Yan's thought, the white flame that rose from his palm immediately twisted and trembled. Immediately after, a circle of white flame waves swept out in all directions in the sky with Xiao Yan as the center. Facing this circle of seemingly ordinary flame wave, almost everyone present chose to ignore it. As elite Do Di with Do Qi protecting their bodies, what could a mere circle of flame do to them? However, when this circle of seemingly ordinary flames came into contact with the bodies of the Sea tribe warriors, it began to burn fiercely as if it had come into contact with dry wood. The Do Qi on the surface of their bodies, which was used for defense, had instead become the fuel for the flames. Amidst a wave of exclamations, everyone present saw a strange scene. When the white flame that shrouded the bodies of those people gradually disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone were human figures that were sealed in ice. Without exception, those people were all experts from the Sea clan. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately caused a huge commotion on the Snake Island. Everyone on the island gasped. Next, all the Sea race warriors backed off in fear. Facing this strange scene, even the crazy battle intent in their hearts could not support them to take another step forward. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was really too strange. It was so strange that it was scary. Seeing the people from the same clan turn into ice sculptures under the flame, it was likely that no one could endure this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the experts from the Sea Serpent clan were sealed in ice. As for the rest, they all retreated from the Snake Island with fear in their hearts. The atmosphere on the island had unknowingly become quiet. This kind of silence made people feel a sense of terror. After that, Xiao Yan, who was under everyone's gaze, finally slowly opened his eyes. His eyes coldly swept across the Sea clan members who had retreated from the Snake Island. An extremely cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. If anyone dares to take another step forward, they will end up like these people. The cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It was also like an invisible heavy hammer that pounded on everyone's hearts. Looking at the Sea clan experts who were sealed in ice, although they could feel a trace of life from them, the strange scene from before had already caused these people to lose all their battle intent. All that was left was endless fear. Such a strange battle method was something that they had never seen before in their lives. Seeing his own clan members' fearful faces, Commander Shue's face instantly turned gloomy. Regarding Xiao Yan's method, others might not know, but he and Wang Ziyuan were very clear about it. He was just borrowing the advantage of the heavenly flame. If his clan members all rushed forward, even if the latter had the help of the heavenly flame, he wouldn't be able to fight against 100. At this moment, the reason why he was able to intimidate the crowd was because he was borrowing the fear in these people's hearts towards unknown things. After all, the latter's method was indeed strange in the eyes of ordinary people. A bunch of trash. He is just borrowing the heavenly flame to scare you, but you don't dare to go forward. With such a mentality, what right do you have to enter the Yuan mansion? After scolding their own tribe members, the originally cowering Sea tribe people immediately began to move. The desire to fight that had been hidden in many people's eyes once again appeared. With a furious roar, they charged towards Xiao Yan, who was in the sky above the coiling Snake Island. Boz. However, the final result was the same as those people before. A strange scene appeared once again. The dozens of people who had charged forward were once again strangely sealed in ice. The continuous attacks completely extinguished the flame that had just been ignited in the hearts of the Sea tribe people behind. No matter how Commander Shua angrily rebuked, there was no more movement this time. Damn it! Kid, I'll take care of you first. Commander Shua's heart immediately became furious when his clan member revealed such an appearance. He turned around and a pair of icy cold eyes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's body. He was about to attack. Commander Shua, if you want to attack the people on this island, you should ask me first. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan was one step faster. His body flashed and he was already in front of Commander Shua. Wang Ziyuan, you want to stop me? Do you think I can't do it? Wang Ziyuan smiled faintly. There was some confidence in his smile. You want to fight with me now? Commander Shua's face became completely gloomy. There was already a trace of murderous intent in his words. However, even so, Wang Ziyuan still pursed his lips and smiled, saying, Commander Shua, you don't have to put on airs with me. Your cultivation has indeed improved over the years. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. I can't deny this. However, as of now, you are still not my opponent. You. Hearing this, Commander Shua's face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. He waved his right arm that was full of muscles fiercely and attacked Wang Ziyuan, who was in front of him. Bang! However, accompanied by a muffled sound, Wang Ziyuan relied on his own cultivation to forcefully block Commander Shua's punch with one hand. Immediately, his arms shook and Do Qi poured out, causing Commander Shua to retreat half a step. How is it? Do you still plan to attack? Wang Ziyuan slowly withdrew his palm that had collided with Commander Shua. His entire palm had turned completely red and there was a slight tremble. The two of them had been chasing each other for many years, causing the difference in cultivation between Commander Shua and him to no longer be obvious. As a member of the Sea Serpent tribe, the former had a natural advantage. In terms of strength, he was far superior to ordinary opponents of the same level. Now, even Wang Ziyuan did not have much confidence in fighting him. At this moment, what he relied on was the difference in temperament between the two of them. Wang Ziyuan. Boz. Just as a shocking roar was emitted from Commander Shua's mouth, a powerful aura once again swept out from within Wang Ziyuan's body. The crazy killing intent that surfaced in the latter's eyes also swiftly disappeared like floodwaters at this moment. If you wish to attack, I am happy to accompany you. A calm voice was once again spat out from Wang Ziyuan's mouth. However, Commander Shua's face twitched. His gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and the tribe members behind him. He was struggling in his heart. If the selection ended like this, he would definitely be reprimanded by his superiors when he returned. However, as of now, the selection could not continue. If he were to go overboard and force these fellows to attack, it was likely that it would cause them to be even more terrified in their hearts. The harm this would bring would only be greater. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ziyuan in front of him quietly withdrew the aura that he had released. The corners of his mouth contained a slight smile. With his understanding of Wang Ziyuan over the years, he could already imagine the outcome of this matter. Indeed, 15 minutes later. Humph. Wang Ziyuan, there will definitely be an end between you and me. As for you. His extremely cold gaze swept across Wang Ziyuan's body. After that, Commander Shui's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. Human brat, I will remember today's debt. If I meet you again in the future, be careful of your life. Let's go. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, Commander Shui turned around with a heart full of anger. He led the group of Sea clan members behind him in the direction that they came from and walked unwillingly in the direction that they came from. Wait a minute. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. In the eyes of everyone on the island, including Wang Ziyuan, he stopped Commander Shui. What else do you want to do? His dark and cold eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body the moment he turned around. The latter merely smiled faintly and ignored him. After which, he said, Don't worry. Commander Shui, you seem to have forgotten about them. As he spoke, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. The frozen Sea clan members and those who had fainted on the island below immediately turned into streaks of flowing light. They swarmed forward and viciously smashed towards Commander Shui. The corners of Commander Shui's mouth twitched. He felt extremely helpless in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, a tremendous amount of Genesis chi suddenly swept outwards. After shattering the ice with one blow, he finally caught the Sea clan members one by one. Then, he viciously threw these people who had completely fainted into the group of Sea clan members behind him. It was unknown who he was cursing at, but with a wave of his sleeve, he flew towards the depths of the North Sea with a butt full of dust. Chapter 10-12. The two words came out of his mouth without the slightest bit of modesty. Instantly, Shui Miao was like a superstar on the stage, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the square. All of their gazes were filled with admiration and passion. The man in front of them was simply a legendary figure to them. However, the latter was now standing upright in front of them. This immediately stirred up the emotions of countless people in the square, especially the girls. They could not help but scream out loud. When all the men looked at Shui Miao, their eyes were filled with a blazing flame and some hostility. All the girls had faces filled with admiration and desire. From time to time, they would fantasize about something in their minds. Even most of the teachers were looking at Shui Miao with faces filled with amazement. In a certain pavilion within the academy, a few old men in the robes of the academy's elders were standing before the window at this moment. Their deep eyes were focused on Shui Miao, who had appeared on the square at this moment, and their hearts were filled with slight anticipation. This kid has been in seclusion for a few years. He's finally come out. I wonder what his cultivation is like. He's probably about to reach the origin transformation realm. The principal valued him greatly back then. His future will definitely be limitless. The origin transformation realm is only the beginning. You guys, don't always look at your own people. Haven't you noticed that there's something different about that black-robed kid? The old men stared at Shui Miao as they constantly sighed in amazement. Only when someone noticed Xiao Yan did they look over as well. The black robes that the kid is wearing seem to be the power of the ways. This kid isn't simple either. Another genius, and from the looks of it, there's definitely going to be a battle between two dragons. As they eyed Xiao Yan on the open ground, the mouths of all the elders could not help but click their tongues and exclaim in amazement. At the same time, those pairs of deep old eyes also revealed some anticipation. A battle between the geniuses of the younger generation was definitely going to be a good show. Moreover, such a duel wasn't just a good show for them. It was also an opportunity for the students of the academy to grow. In just a few moments, the square at the top of the mountain was surrounded by people. The appearance of Shui Miao had alarmed the entire Beihai College. All the students on the mountain swiftly gathered towards the top of the mountain. Numerous figures were like meteors flying in the sky as they swiftly rushed to the top of the mountain. Their gazes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Shui Miao, who was surrounded by a large crowd. You said earlier that you're here to look for the dean. Shui Miao narrowed his eyes and sized up Xiao Yan, as if he was scrutinizing something. Only then did he speak slowly. I'm Xiao Yan. I'm here to look for the dean of Beihai College, Hai Mochin. Xiao Yan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Do you think you can meet the dean just because you want to? I have to see him today. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was tense, and the invisible void started to distort for no reason. It was Shui Miao's first time meeting Xiao Yan. However, he seemed to hold a grudge against the person in front of him, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Both of their eyes were sharp, and there was a fierce glint in the depths of their eyes. Flames filled Xiao Yan's eyes, but in Shui Miao's eyes, there was only a deep blue sea. After a short confrontation, the two of them were evenly matched. Sure, I know where the dean is, and I can help you meet him. However, before that, you have to get through me first. Shui Miao looked deeply at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke with great interest. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect Shui Miao to say such words to someone the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile in response to Shui Miao's straightforward words. He had already noticed this the moment he saw the latter. The latter's appearance did not seem to be a coincidence. Even the way Shui Miao looked at him was different. It seemed that Hai Mochin already knew of his arrival. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile when he thought until this point. Putting it this way, Hai Mochin should be in this academy. Moreover, it was very likely that the latter was currently staring at him. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became absent-minded as this thought flashed across his heart. He looked all around him. There were many pavilions built all over this vast mountain peak. However, he could not think of any place where Hai Mochin was. It was only when Xiao Yan's gaze returned to the magnificent statue in front of him that he seemed to have thought of something. Those floating stone platforms. Then, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his gaze and looked at the top of the statue. It was hidden in the clouds, and the people in the college could not see it at all. However, if one looked down from there, they would be able to see the entire Beihai College. If Hai Mochin was looking at him at this moment and was not in one of the lofts, then the only possibility was that he was at the top of the statue. Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with flames, penetrated through the cloud layer. It appeared that he wanted to clearly see the sky above him. However, Shui Miao, who was in front of him, quickly swept her gaze around. Her sharp gaze forced Xiao Yan to withdraw his gaze. Humph! With a satisfied smile, Shui Miao's action confirmed Xiao Yan's conjecture. Hey, this guy seems to have found you here. At the same time, at the top of the statue, the black-robed man could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Hai Mochin with interest. At this moment, the latter also had a smile on his face and nodded in gratification. Next, let's see how strong he is. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Shui Miao on the square looked at each other again. Xiao Yan smiled and imitated Shui Miao to size him up. Then he said in a flat tone, "How do you want to compete?" "Simple, let's make it quick. If you can beat me within 100 rounds, I will tell you where the dean is. If you can't beat me, then leave Beihai College and never come back." "Okay." In the face of Shui Miao's powerful words, Xiao Yan did not show any weakness. It was just one word, but it seemed to contain some kind of power, which set off an invisible storm in the square. The atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. The surrounding students quickly retreated under the instruction of the tutors, leaving more than half of the square for the two who were already at daggers drawn. "I am Shui Miao from Beihai College." The two stood in the square. Shui Miao cupped his fists at Xiao Yan and spoke slowly in a clear voice. Xiao Yan imitated the former's tone and reported his name. I am Xiao Yan. Chapter 10:13. At this moment, a couple of figures were suspended in midair on the surface of the endless sea. They were facing each other. Looking at the four figures that had suddenly appeared around him, one could recognize that these four people were members of the sea serpent tribe from the snake tails of the other party. At this moment, the four of them were blocking Xiao Yan's path from four different directions. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to openly rob him. Ha ha ha, brat, you were actually lucky enough to dodge that attack from earlier. However, it's fine. We will spare your life. Now, remove the spiritual imprint on your storage ring and hand it to us. This way, you will be able to leave alive. There was a strange laugh. These four people did not beat around the bush. However, Xiao Yan, who had heard these words, sized up the four of them in an indescribable manner. For 7-star Do Di. This kind of strength could not be considered strong in the Northern Sea. When placed in the sea serpent tribe, they were the lowest class people. The training resources they had were definitely limited. Therefore, they chose this method in order to allow their own training to advance. However, it was a pity that the four of them were bound to fail today. Brat, did you hear what the Great Me said? Seeing that Xiao Yan in front of them did not make the slightest movement and was even looking at them with a mocking expression, the expressions on the faces of the four people immediately became gloomy. They angrily reprimanded and one of them waved 2 sharp claws. Under the cover of Do Qi, the claws viciously hacked at Xiao Yan's head. The sharp claws emitted a sharp piercing sound as they cut through the empty space. The invisible space also became distorted because of this. A biting cold wind cut through the empty space like a sharp blade. Although it was still half a meter away from Xiao Yan's head, the wind had already landed on Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was indifferent in the face of this. The other 3 people around him laughed mockingly. They treated it as Xiao Yan being stunned by the former's attack. However, when the claws arrived in front of Xiao Yan, the latter finally lifted his right hand at a steady pace and gently touched the former. Hey, this brat is really seeking death. He actually dares to use his hand to block. It is likely that he has been completely scared silly. Ha 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 ha, mocking laughter was emitted from the mouths of the surrounding people. Even the 7-star Do Di who was close to Xiao Yan at this moment revealed a disdainful smile on his face. However, the moment Xiao Yan's hand made contact with the claw, the smile that was lifted on the corner of the former's mouth instantly stiffened. After which, it gradually disappeared and turned into horror. At the moment when Xiao Yan's delicate white hand collided with the other party's sharp and imposing hand claw, Xiao Yan twisted his wrist. Like a soft and agile snake, he instantly restrained the wrist of the person in front of him. A frightening force erupted from the tip of his finger. The latter's face immediately became distorted. An intense pain was transmitted from his wrist. The frightening strength had nearly crushed his wrist. Xiao Yan smiled as he glanced at the latter. He was wearing clothes and appeared harmless to both humans and animals. How could an ordinary person imagine that he actually possessed such a frightening strength when they saw him? With a gentle twist of his wrist, the body of the person in front of him also began to twist uncontrollably. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would crush his wrist. Ah! A sharp miserable cry was emitted. The latter's entire face appeared unusually distorted. When the other 3 people around him recovered, their expressions changed drastically. They were about to attack Xiao Yan. If you dare to move, be careful that I will break his arm. As he spoke with a smile, Xiao Yan gently raised his hand. The latter immediately let out a sharp cry. At the same time, the other 3 people also frowned. The Do Qi that had just surged out of their bodies once again dimmed. What do you want? The 3 of them frowned and glanced at their companions. Only then did they speak to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. Cuckoo, you really don't waste any time. I like this. Xiao Yan smiled. He was completely unconcerned about the dark and cold gazes of the three people. He immediately opened his mouth to speak. I can let this guy go. I can also treat the matter earlier as if it never happened. However, I want you to do something for me. What is it? The three of them frowned, looked at each other, and asked curiously. Lead the way. Use the fastest speed to bring me to Beihai College. Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They were all a little stunned in their hearts. So the reason why this guy in front of them had been wandering around the sea for so long was because he couldn't find Beihai College. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but want to laugh. However, in the end, they still managed to hold it in. After a little hesitation, their gazes once again returned to the person who was currently being restrained by Xiao Yan. They said in a deep voice, Okay, we can bring you to Beihai College. However, you have to let him go first. Okay, but I'll warn you in advance. It's best not to do anything stupid. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. Then, he casually let go of the person in his hand. After being freed, this guy also returned to the four people with a panicked face. After confirming that he was fine, the four of them smiled and looked at Xiao Yan. They nodded and said, You are very trustworthy, so, it's your turn. Xiao Yan smiled. However, the smiles that hung on the faces of the four people in front of him a moment ago instantly disappeared the next moment. Instead, their faces were filled with ferocious smiles. But unfortunately, we have never been trustworthy. At the same time, the four people's figures had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Do Qi gushed out and fiercely fell on the latter's body. Brat, you must remember in your next life, don't be so easily trustworthy with anyone. Qi! After that, the four people's joint attack penetrated Xiao Yan's body. However, something strange happened again. The combined attack of the four of them did not create any ripples. Xiao Yan's body actually shattered like a thin piece of paper. Immediately, he swiftly disappeared from the sky. What? The pupils of the four people suddenly shrunk. Their hearts were even more shocked. No matter what, they never thought that Xiao Yan's movement would be so strange and terrifying. It's an afterimage. Almost at the same time that the four people were speechless, Xiao Yan's figure appeared behind the four of them. He raised his right hand and a huge spiritual strength condensed into an invisible big hand. After that, it suddenly fell from the sky and smashed onto the four people's bodies. Heaven-reaching hand. Following that, a muffled bang was emitted. The four people's bodies were instantly smashed into the sea below. The frightening strength actually caused the originally calm sea surface to fiercely sink. This also caused the four people's bodies to fall below the surface of the sea, but their bodies did not touch the sea water at all. Without waiting for them to catch their breath, Xiao Yan withdrew his hand. The four people's bodies were immediately pulled back in front of Xiao Yan uncontrollably. A frightening spiritual pressure descended on the hearts of the four people. Endless fear caused them to hold their breaths in concentration. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. I already told you not to do stupid things, but you just didn't listen. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and sighed. He did not let go of the four people. His face was cold as he said in a deep voice. How is it? Are you willing to cooperate with me now? The four people were suppressed by the spiritual pressure above their heads until they were unable to speak. However, they hurriedly nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice. They did not dare to have any other thoughts in their hearts. I hope that the matter just now will not happen a second time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will still be able to live like you are now the next time. The ice-cold words were slowly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Once was enough for these people. If they still dared to have other thoughts, he did not mind killing them. As for the matter of finding the Beihai College, at the very most, he could slowly search for it himself. Fortunately, after being suppressed twice in a row, the four of them finally understood from the bottom of their hearts that this seemingly kind black-robed young man was actually a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The four of them were actually unable to last even one exchange in his hands. Just think about it. How was this something that an ordinary elite Dodi could achieve? With this thought in mind, the following process was naturally much simpler. Under Xiao Yan's suppression, the four of them did not dare to make any small movements. With them leading the way, Xiao Yan's following journey was naturally much easier. Half a month quickly passed. At this moment, according to what the four of them had said, Xiao Yan was only around 10 days away from the Beihai College. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to secretly heat up. Unknowingly, the distance between him and Hai Machin was actually becoming smaller and smaller. However, it was also at this moment that an intense collision sound came from the empty space 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan's group. It suddenly pulled Xiao Yan back from his momentary imagination. Perhaps it was because his group was hurrying, but the distance between Xiao Yan and the source of the sound was also swiftly closing. What happened? Xiao Yan frowned and could not help but ask. The four people in front of him also looked over. Immediately, they respectfully replied to Xiao Yan, "Sir, there are people fighting in front. However, from the looks of it, they are only a couple of ordinary Dodi. It will not affect your journey." Although the four of them were under pressure from Xiao Yan during this half a month of hurrying, Xiao Yan was not stingy along the way. Instead, he gave them quite a number of medicinal pills. This also caused the four of them to be much more respectful to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. By relying on his own enormous spiritual strength, he had a better understanding of what was happening in the battleground. Among the 5 elite Dodi from the Sea Serpent tribe, the strongest was only a 6-star Dodi. The other 4 were human elite Dodi and the strongest among them was a 5-star Dodi. The disparity in strength between the two parties was already extremely large. At this moment, the 4 human Dodi were also seriously injured and were about to be defeated. The key point was that the 4 human elite Dodi were women while the other party was 5 men from the Sea Serpent tribe. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of situation they would face if they were to fall into the hands of the latter. Very quickly, this group of people had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group. Among the 4 human elite Dodi, a woman who was the leader saw Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, from a distance. Immediately, her charging body became much faster. She hurriedly cried out as she led the 3 young ladies who were seriously injured behind her. "The friend in front, please lend a hand and save us. After this, I will definitely repay you generously." However, after the cry was emitted from her mouth, the 5 people who were chasing behind her swiftly flashed and caught up. They surrounded her from both sides and blocked her path. At the same time, Xiao Yan's group also arrived in front of her. "Hee, all of you are actually thinking of escaping after being chased here by us. What wishful thinking." The eyes of the beautiful woman, who was the leader of the 4, were filled with despair when she saw that her path forward had been sealed. Immediately, she could only place all her hopes on Xiao Yan. However, her heart once again sank when her gaze noticed the 4 people from the Sea Serpent tribe who were following closely behind Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to protect themselves, but even that black-robed person had also fallen into the trap. Hee, I was still wondering who it was. It is actually a human brat who has been captured. Xiao Yan was unconcerned when he heard these words. The 4 people behind him glanced at the latter with cold gazes, indicating that he should not say anything more. The latter also smiled awkwardly when he saw this. His gaze immediately turned around and landed on the 4 women in front of him. He spoke with a lewd smile on his face, "Not bad, not bad. It has been a long time since the few of us have tasted meat. Today, we shall use the few of you to have a taste and satisfy our cravings. He, you few bastards. If you dare to touch even a strand of our hair, the Academy will definitely not let you off. The pale white face of the beautiful woman among the 4 women immediately sank when she heard the obscenities that were spat out from the mouth of the 6-star Dodi. She let out a hoarse roar. We have forced all of you here. Do you think that we are afraid of being investigated by the Beihai College? The Northern Sea is so big. As long as all of you are dead, they will not be able to investigate even if they want to. The furious roar of the beautiful woman was exchanged with a cold sneer from the 6-star Dodi. Once these words were spoken, the faces of the 4 women in front of him immediately revealed an expression of despair. This was especially true for the 3 young ladies behind the beautiful woman. Their originally pale pretty faces had become deathly white because of these words. However, almost at the same time these words were spoken, Xiao Yan, who should have been passing by them, suddenly stopped his slow-flying body at this moment. His body slowly turned around and his surprised gaze landed on the bodies of the 4 women. He asked in a doubtful voice, "What are you talking about? Are all of you from the Beihai College?" Seeing Xiao Yan suddenly turn around, the beautiful woman and the 3 young ladies behind her were slightly startled. They did not know why this person dared to open his mouth and ask them when he was clearly unable to protect himself. The doubt in her heart only flashed for an instant. Soon after, the beautiful woman clenched her teeth and gently nodded her head. She only hoped that a miracle would appear at this crucial moment and save them from the hands of this group of people in front of them. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. He immediately smiled and said, "Since that is the case, all of you can follow me." Chapter 10:14. When Xiao Yan's words sounded, not only were the 4 women startled, but even the 5 experts from the Sea clan, who were currently surrounding them, involuntarily revealed startled expressions. Immediately, they emitted a loud mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. You are really the most arrogant person that I have ever seen in my life. You are already at death's door and can't even protect yourself, yet you actually dare to speak such disrespectful words and utter such laughable words. Xiao Yan was indifferent in the face of this. He continued to wear a smile as he looked at the beautiful woman. He knew that any action of these 4 people depended on her. Seeing Xiao Yan's smiling face, the beautiful woman and the other 3 young ladies beside her were somewhat speechless. They exchanged glances with one another. Their hearts were filled with both worry and anticipation. After hesitating for a moment, the beautiful woman finally clenched her teeth. She pulled up the 3 young ladies beside her and cautiously looked at the 5 people around her. Her body swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan. Capture all of them. The 6-star Dodi among the 5 immediately cried out an order when he saw that the 4 of them were actually about to flee. The other 4 people around him also moved in unison. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly rushed toward the 4 women who were currently charging toward Xiao Yan to block them. As for Xiao Yan, he had the 4 7-star Dodi beside him. These 5 people naturally ignored him. Seeing the 5 people once again close in on them, the hearts of the 4 women were once again covered with a layer of fear. They could only use all their strength and push out the little do qi in their bodies to the limit in hopes that they would be able to dodge the attacks of these 5 people. However, reality was not so beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people around them had already appeared beside the 4 women. They grabbed one in each hand without any pity. The despair in their hearts once again rose at this moment. Soon after, everyone in the square heard a soft rushing wind sound. The 4 women in the square were shocked to discover that the black-robed young man, who had been over 100 feet away from them a moment ago, had actually appeared in front of them at this moment. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura also surged out from the latter's body like a storm. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan's right hand clenched in the air the moment he appeared. The huge heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze was cold as it swept over the 5 people in front of him. The huge ruler in his hand also violently swept in front of him with the support of Do Qi. The huge ruler swept past before it was quickly withdrawn by Xiao Yan. From the moment Xiao Yan appeared to the moment he attacked to the moment he withdrew the heavy Xian ruler, this series of actions merely took less than an instant. However, the bodies of the 5 Sea clan experts in front of him appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. They flew back uncontrollably until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did they grit their teeth and stabilize their bodies. Soon after, their eyes that were filled with fury looked at the 4 7-star Do Di. What is the meaning of this? How can you leave this fellow alone? He is your prey. However, the 4 7-star Do Di faced each other in the face of his furious roar. After exchanging glances with one another, they gently shook their heads. They used a pitiful gaze to look at the latter. Their bodies did not advance but instead withdrew. They actually withdrew from the battleground. These 4 people had a deep understanding of how frightening Xiao Yan was. The former had said that Xiao Yan was their prey. However, only they were clearly aware that the relationship between them and Xiao Yan was that of a captive. Even if one were to say that they were prey, it could only be said that the 4 of them were Xiao Yan's prey. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. That 6-star Do Di viciously cursed. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan. However, the latter did not bother about them at this moment. Instead, he turned around and distributed the 4 medicinal pills to the 4 people in front of him. Only after they swallowed the medicinal pills did he look at the 5 of them. A cold expression surfaced in his dark black eyes. Attack together. Kill this fellow. With a low cry, the 5 experts from the Sea Serpent tribe moved in unison. They violently charged toward Xiao Yan. Surging Do Qi surged out from within their bodies. With a twist of their wrists, a sharp blade immediately appeared in their hands. With the support of the Do Qi, the sharp blade easily cut through the empty space. An incomparably sharp aura caused one to tremble even though it was not cold. Sir, be careful. There is a 6-star Do Di among them. The beautiful woman behind Xiao Yan hurriedly warned Xiao Yan when she saw the 5 of them charging over once again. However, her words had just sounded when the 5 of them had already appeared around Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. The weapons in their hands contained a cold glint as each of them violently pierced toward the vital points on Xiao Yan's body. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of such a close-range attack. His body was like a ghost as it swiftly shuttled between the 5 of them. The speed of his agility was something that the 5 of them could not compare with no matter how they tried. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's 2 hands had already been placed on the shoulders of 2 of the 5 people. The moment the 2 of them sensed the aura behind them and turned their gazes around, the pupils in their eyes suddenly shrunk. Before they could let out an exclamation, Xiao Yan's 2 hands had already unceremoniously slammed into their chests. Bang! A muffled bang sounded. There seemed to be the sound of some bones being broken. Soon after, the 2 elite Do Di's bodies flew back like broken sacks. However, before they could do anything, another 2 bang sounds appeared one after another. The other 2 figures also flew back. It was only at this moment that the 6-star Do Di among the 5 of them finally recovered with a heart filled with shock. His gaze looked around him, only to discover that he was the only one left out of the 5 of them in the blink of an eye. What? In addition to his shock, he hurriedly turned his gaze around. However, a white palm had appeared in his line of sight, blocking all of his vision. He could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly pierced the sharp blade in his hand forward. However, the person in front of him moved much faster than him. His thumb bent and gently flicked the latter's head. Immediately, a frightening energy poured out like a destructive storm and poured into his body. His pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Immediately, they gradually enlarged. At the same time, the life in his entire body also disappeared without a trace. However, until this moment, the beautiful woman and the three young ladies behind Xiao Yan were still in a deep state of shock and dullness. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that a black-robed young man, whose appearance was clearly similar to the three young ladies, would actually possess such a frightening strength. This was really unbelievable. Chapter 10-15. After killing 5 Dou Di in one fell swoop, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze and looked at the 4 women in front of him. With the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan gave them, the originally weak aura in their bodies quickly calmed down. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were still immersed in the shocking scene from before and were unable to recover for a long time. It was only after Xiao Yan's gaze had been fixed on them for a long time that the beautiful woman was the first to recover. Then, she hurriedly pulled the 3 girls beside her and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. "Thank you, mister, for saving us. When we return to the college, we will definitely repay you generously." "Hee, no need to thank me. I just didn't expect that you were actually people from Beihai College." Xiao Yan smiled slightly, his eyes carrying some anticipation. Hearing this, the beautiful woman in front of him was immediately startled. Thinking back to Xiao Yan's previous question, she finally understood in her heart that the reason why the latter had saved them was because they were people from Beihai College. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman felt a little awkward in her heart, but at the same time, she also felt a little lucky. Today, if it weren't for the reputation of Beihai College behind them, the 4 of them might really have fallen here. Could it be that Mr. is also a person from Beihai College? Looking at Xiao Yan's young face in front of her, the beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. Speaking of strong people with such a young appearance, it wasn't that the college didn't have such a strong person, it was just that they had never seen one before. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yan was actually so young, and that his cultivation was so terrifyingly strong, they couldn't help but connect the dots. However, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm not a person from Beihai College. It's just that there is an old friend of mine in Beihai College." This so-called old friend naturally referred to Haimachin. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes showed even more surprise. He was not a student of Beihai College, but he was able to have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. This alone was enough to prove how terrifying his cultivation talent was. Xiao Yan spoke a few more words with the beautiful woman in front of him, and the former even took the initiative to offer to lead the way. Regarding this point, Xiao Yan was naturally clear in his heart. These 4 people were all injured, and their cultivation was not tyrannical. Therefore, he was worried that similar situations might occur in the following journey. In order to avoid trouble, it was undoubtedly best if they could travel together with Xiao Yan in front of them. When the beautiful woman said this, the 3 girls behind her also blinked their watery beautiful eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. There was a flicker of light in the depths of their bright eyes. People who were strong would always have some inexplicable charm. The powerful strength that Xiao Yan had previously displayed had already caused these 3 young girls to be moved. When they saw Xiao Yan smiling and nodding his head, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Subsequently, Xiao Yan turned to look at the 4 people from the Sea clan not far away. The latter noticed Xiao Yan's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to Xiao Yan. When the 4 women saw this scene, they were even more surprised in their hearts. "You can leave now. These pills will be your reward." During the half a month of leading the way, these guys could be considered diligent and had saved Xiao Yan a lot of time. Of course, these 4 guys also coveted Xiao Yan's pills. At this moment, when they saw the bottle of pills in Xiao Yan's hand, they hurriedly received it. At the same time, their eyes revealed a look of reluctance. As for whether they were reluctant to part with Xiao Yan or the pills in their hands, it was unknown. Although they were unwilling, the four of them still respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. Then, they returned in the direction they came from. Xiao Yan also turned around with a smile. Under the guidance of the beautiful woman, he quickly flew in the direction of Beihai College. Along the way, the beautiful woman carefully inquired about Xiao Yan's purpose in coming to Beihai College. After all, it was too casual for them to let him into the college so easily just because he was an old friend. Beihai College was the highest institution in the Yuanwu continent. All the students came from all corners of the continent, and there was no lack of people with powerful backgrounds. Once an outsider intervened and something happened, even their college could not easily bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the other party's purpose was for entering the college, and what the reason was, they had to ask clearly. However, in the face of the beautiful woman's careful interrogation, Xiao Yan answered vaguely and avoided most of the questions. This made the former feel particularly helpless. She could not help but feel a little regretful in her heart. Did she not consider too much when she asked the latter to return to the college with them? However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan raised a question that caused the pretty woman to be surprised. May I ask if teacher Lu Xian, the dean of Beihai College, Haimachin, is currently in the college? When these words came out, Lu Xian's slightly pale face could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. She did not expect Xiao Yan to be able to call out the dean's name. It must be known that even some students who had stayed in the college for a few years might not know their dean's name. Haimachin. Who is that? At the side, the three girls who did not hear Xiao Yan's question clearly immediately voiced out their doubts. Lu Xian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't know either. I'm not sure about that either. The headmaster is always elusive, and many people in the academy haven't seen him for years or even decades. Even some of the academy's elders with high authority are the same. After hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. If this was the case, then the chances of seeing Haimachin on this trip were very slim. If you are in a hurry to find him, you can try to find someone. Maybe he knows where the dean is. Seeing the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face, Lu Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking again. Oh, who? He raised his eyebrows. To know something that even the college elders did not know, this person was probably extraordinary. The number one person among all the students of Beihai College, Shui Miao. He is the only student who has personally seen the dean in the past 10 years. When these words came out, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. This meant that Haimachin recognized the latter's talent and ability. Xiao Yan naturally knew Haimachin's identity very well. Anyone who could be recognized by him was definitely the best among the younger generation. If there were no accidents, there would definitely be a place for him on this continent in the future. Shui Miao, huh? It seems that it is necessary to meet him. Chapter 10:16. A week later, a huge group of islands appeared in the distance in Xiao Yan's group's line of sight. According to Lu Xian, this was the main island of Beihai College. It was located in the middle of this group of islands. The largest island was the island where Beihai College had been established. Looking from afar, the main island of Beihai College was like a huge pagoda that stood in the vast sea. The lush green mountains emitted a rich life force. The pavilions built on the cliffs were almost hidden in the clouds, causing the entire island to appear like a paradise on earth. If one could sense such a scene from afar, one would not know what it would be like when one approached. Very soon, Xiao Yan's group of 5 arrived in front of the archipelago. The closer they were to the archipelago, the more beautiful the scene in front of them became. One could bluntly say that such a scene was extremely rare even in this world. Xiao Yan's heart gradually heated up as he looked at the lush green mountains in front of him and the mist that lingered in the forest. He had finally arrived at Beihai College. However, there were already people on the island who had noticed Xiao Yan's arrival at the same time that he arrived at this place. A huge statue stood at the top of a towering mountain on the main island of Beihai College. The highest point of the statue had already penetrated through the layers of clouds in the sky and was exposed to the 9 heavens. At this moment, there was a wooden pavilion at the top of the statue. There was a square table with 2 exquisite wooden teacups on it. The fragrance of tea lingered, forming a thin layer of mist that gradually spread in all directions. 2 figures were seated at the 2 ends of the wooden table. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an aged face. If one were to take a closer look, one would find that his appearance was exactly the same as Gu Yu. This person was the ultimate target of Xiao Yan's trip to the Northern Sea, Hai Machin. At this moment, the person seated opposite him was a black-robed old man with a somewhat aged face that gave off a domineering aura. His square face was filled with fierce-looking muscles. A pair of deep eyes stared at the teacups on the table in front of him. A trace of tiredness was unknowingly revealed in his eyes. "Old fellow, you have been waiting here for a few months. What are you waiting for? If you don't say anything, I will return. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea has opened. Those brats have already entered. Previously, I vaguely sensed that the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was a little unstable. I don't know what's the situation now." The black-robed old man could not help but yawn. "Haha, I did not say that I would not allow you to leave. You were the one who came here on your own accord. You even drank a few pots of my good tea. Now, you are blaming me." Hai Machin teased. It was as though he was waiting for the person in front of him to leave. "TCH, don't think that I can't tell. How can I not understand you after so many years?" The black-robed old man curled his lips and continued. "I have already sensed that something was wrong with you a few years ago. You seem to be waiting for something. In particular, you have not left the academy for the past few months. You seem to be increasingly anxious and uneasy." The old man lifted his deep eyes. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at Hai Machin. His heart was filled with doubt and a great uneasiness. For some reason, he sensed that this old fellow, who had accompanied him for an unknown number of years, was about to leave. "Haha, that's right. I have waited for 1,000 years. This day has finally arrived." Hai Machin smiled brightly. His smile was somewhat free and easy. However, almost at the same time, the expression of the black-robed old man opposite him abruptly changed. Hai Machin's words seemed to have allowed him to understand a lot. "You are saying that person has arrived. He is already at the foot of the mountain. I believe that you will see him soon." Soon after, the 2 of them swept their eyes downwards. With their cultivation, everything that happened on the island was reflected in their eyes. Heavenly flame, it's the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, was still able to hide it a little in the eyes of others. However, in the eyes of these 2 people, it appeared as though he had been stripped from inside out. Everything was revealed in the eyes of these 2 people. That's right. He has already found Gu Yu. Naturally, it will be me next. The reason why he came to the Northern Sea is because I am here. Hai Machin smiled. He naturally thought of Gu Yu when the bone-chilling flame was mentioned. "What do you plan to do?" "Go with him. This is my duty. I established the academy just to wait for this day to come. However, if this brat wants me to go with him, he will have to show me sufficient strength." Hai Machin teased. He seemed to have thought of something. "You are talking about Shui Miao. That brat is indeed a good seedling. Moreover, the faction behind him seems to be extraordinary." The black-robed old man pondered for a moment before he thought of the young man who had impressed Hai Machin. "Haha, let's wait and see. I believe that there will be a good show waiting for us." At the same time, Xiao Yan had already reached the island. Under the guidance of Lu Xian, he quickly flew toward the peak of the mountain on the island. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan and Lu Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a huge plaza at the peak of the mountain. On both sides of the plaza were large groups of buildings that surrounded the entire mountain. At this moment, there was a protruding mountain rock opposite the plaza in front of Xiao Yan and Lu Xian. The mountain rock had been cut into a platform at a height of 20 to 30 feet. There was an extremely large white statue on the platform. The statue stood at the peak of the mountain and reached into the clouds. Although one could not see the statue's face clearly, one could see that the statue's hands were placed in front of its chest and formed a strange hand seal. However, when Xiao Yan saw the huge statue for the first time, the expression in his pitch-black eyes suddenly froze. The statue's appearance was almost the same as the one he had seen in Gu Yu's cave. The only difference was that the hand seals formed by the statue's hands were different. Tu Shi ancient god, Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. He could not help but be surprised that he was able to see the Tu Shi ancient god statue again. The two of them seemed to have been prepared beforehand. His gaze moved. There were many stone platforms floating around the statue. Each stone platform was connected by chains that extended beyond the clouds. Those stone platforms seemed to be stairs that led to the top of the statue. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling curious in his heart, a middle-aged man walked toward the two of them from a certain spot in the open ground. At the same time, the latter's bell-like, solemn voice was transmitted over. Beihai College is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Please leave. Chapter 10:17. His heavy voice reverberated across the square like the ringing of a bell. Immediately, it attracted the attention of some of the young students in the square. The middle-aged man's agility was extremely swift. By the time Xiao Yan and Lu Xian beside him turned their heads to look, the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of the two of them. This unexpected speed caused even Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily tremble. Such a frightening speed meant that this person was likely an origin transformation expert. When Lu Xian saw the person who had arrived, a respectful expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly described what had happened on the sea a few days ago to the person in front of her. Only when the middle-aged man heard this did his originally stern expression soften slightly. At the same time, his gaze that landed on Xiao Yan also contained some surprise. Deacon Wu, Mr. Xiao Yan has come to my Beihai College in order to find an old friend of his. As a result, I brought him here to see if he could find that friend of his. The moment Lu Xian said these words, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became dull. Deacon. According to what Lu Xian had said, this origin transformation expert in front of him was only an ordinary deacon in Beihai College. In that case, just how strong and frightening would the strength of those in charge and the elders be? Oh. Old friend. Then may I ask who this little brother is looking for? What's his name? I basically know all the students in the school. As long as you can tell me his name, I will definitely be able to help you find him. Deacon Wu raised his eyebrows slightly. He curiously looked at Xiao Yan and asked with a smile. Xiao Yan gently shook his head when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and said, Senior, the person this junior is looking for is not a student of the school. Oh. In that case, it's a teacher or an elder. That's even more convenient. There are many students in the school. Even if you tell me his name, it will be difficult to find him in a short amount of time. If it's a teacher or something like that, I have complete confidence that I can help you find him. As he spoke, Deacon Wu patted his chest with a smile. His face was filled with confidence and did not seem to be fake. In response, Xiao Yan also held on to a feeling of expectation. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Deacon Wu and said with a smile, Senior, thank you. Then I will thank you in advance. The person I am looking for is the Dean of Beihai College, Hai Machin. As soon as these words left his mouth, whether it was Lu Xian beside Xiao Yan or Deacon Wu in front of him, the expression on their faces instantly froze. Deacon Wu's originally confident smile gradually disappeared. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief. Even Lu Xian was extremely surprised. Although she had heard Xiao Yan ask about Hai Machin before, she had never thought that the so-called old friend the latter mentioned was actually the dean of Beihai College. This was really inconceivable. At this time, Deacon Wu's heart was also filled with regret. A moment ago, he had confidently answered the latter, but in the next moment, Xiao Yan's answer was like a clap of thunder, causing him to suddenly be at a loss. Hai Machin, the supreme dean of Beihai College, had been a particularly mysterious figure since the establishment of the college. All the mentor-level figures in Beihai College knew of Hai Machin's existence, but there were very few people who had actually seen him. Unfortunately, Deacon Wu had never seen Hai Machin. Since he had entered the college, he had heard a lot about Hai Machin. The latter's powerful cultivation made him yearn for it. However, as time passed, he had never seen the latter's figure. Even if he had heard several times that Hai Machin had returned to the college, he had only heard of his voice but had not seen his figure. At times, he even suspected whether such a person really existed in the college. Was there really such an expert guarding the college? From this, one could see how mysterious Hai Machin was. Even the people in the college did not know where he was. It was easier said than done to find him. This little brother, may I know what is your relationship with our dean? It was a long while later before Deacon Wu slowly opened his mouth with some hesitation. From his expression, one could tell that he was at a loss. An old friend's disciple. Xiao Yan smiled as he spoke. The so-called old friend was naturally Gu Yu. Since Xiao Yan had come to the Yuanwu continent, Gu Yu had taught him many things. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan could be considered half a disciple of Gu Yu. Deacon Wu's expression immediately became even uglier when he heard these words. His heart was filled with bitterness. It was only a long while later that he laughed dryly with a burning face. Little brother Xiao Yan, it is not that I want to deceive you, but I do not know where the dean is. Even some of the elders in the college do not know. Therefore, I hope that you can understand. Even with his cultivation at the origin transformation stage, Deacon Wu could not help but feel a little apprehensive when he heard that Gu Yu was the disciple of Hai Machin's old friend. After all, for someone to be known as Hai Machin's old friend, there was no need to think too much about the cultivation of Xiao Yan's teacher. If he offended Xiao Yan, it would be equivalent to offending his teacher. At the same time, it would be equivalent to offending Hai Machin. Xiao Yan immediately became depressed when he heard Deacon Wu's words. The latter's answer was just as Lu Xian had said. Even the elders in the college did not know where Hai Machin was. You wish to find the dean. However, it was also at this moment that a clear voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The gazes of everyone on the square immediately began to look all around. Very quickly, someone's gaze noticed a figure that had suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The figure wore the uniform of a student. He had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. When everyone noticed his figure, the figure slowly descended. He stood on the ground not far from Xiao Yan and the others. It was only now that everyone could clearly see his appearance. The man's jet black hair was tied behind his back. It was as smooth as silk. Under his thick black eyebrows were two enchanting pitch-black eyes that seemed to be inlaid with gemstones. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, making his eyes seem even more charming. His red lips were slightly pursed, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. There was an indescribable sense of confidence in him, causing his aura to rise once again. With just a glance, people could not help but sigh in amazement. His appearance was imposing, high-spirited, and valiant. When this man appeared, Xiao Yan had already placed all of his attention on him. Both of his eyes narrowed as they stared intently at the latter. A long while later, he finally slowly said, "Don't underestimate me. You are the current #1 person in Beihai College, Shui Miao." "That's right.